Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to our late program. It's Linda James, Apostababe. So she's on here with us now. So I'm going to bring Linda on, and she can take the program away. Hello, Linda. Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
I'm doing good, thank you. Moving forward, we had a good program tonight. Lots of people coming through here. We had really a lot of people, a lot of new people calling in as well. So it's all good. So there's a lot still on here now. So you should have a good audience tonight, Linda. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Hi. This is Apostababe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I tell you this every week because I am ethically brainwashing you. If I keep repeating this, then I'm going to, I'm hearing an echo. I'm going to successfully brainwash you. Maybe if I turn this off. Do I still hear an echo? I don't think so. Okay. So let's go with that. Again, this is Apostababe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I keep repeating it because eventually when you think of me, you will know that I am your favorite apostate. This is also something that people do when they study for a test. They learn certain definitions over and over and over again, and they go from there, and it helps you memorize things. And part of the brainwashing, which is actually an old school term, is getting rid of the old thought, the old way of thinking, and coming up with a new way of thinking. People might ask, when you join the service, is that not brainwashing? It is, but when someone joins the service, they know that they're signing up for something that's going to tear them down and build them back up to be the best that they can be for the country. Okay, so they're informed that this is going to happen to them. When you join an organization such as the Jehovah's Witnesses or any other kind of destructive, high controlled, high demand group, it's considered a cult because of the way they use brainwashing techniques, thought control techniques, and they end up coercing you into thinking a certain way, but you were never informed of it. Okay. Now, see, I tell you I'm doing this, so I've decided this is ethical. So I'm ethically brainwashing you for you to know that I'm your favorite apostate. It's kind of like just a thing I do. I also got to meet Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran this week. It was so cool. And Marissa was there. She was a guest on their show, and she gave me a coffee cup. I don't know if you can see this, but this is from like the Wizard of Oz. And on the other side of it, it says, follow your own path. Follow your own path. And I just love this cup. And that's a lot of what this show is about. Healing after the Watchtower. I'm not here to tell you what path to follow. You will choose what path that is for you. And the best way for you to know what path you want to take is to get to know yourself more and more. So I will encourage you to do things like self-care and to get involved in some of your own self-interests. I believe that the reason the organization made sure that the children, as they were growing up in the organization, did not get to pursue any of their self-interests is because that would make sure that their own authentic individuality would not be able to blossom, would not be able to grow. So part of discovering who you truly are, separate from the personality of the Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, that piece of clothing they talk about, put on the new personality, that was a facade that they told you to put on. That said that you yourself is not good enough to come to a relationship, with God, unless you put on this other suit. It's supposed to be a one size fits all, and it just doesn't. Okay. And you have to be somebody else and react in a certain manner that isn't your natural way to be approved of by God. This naturally causes depression when you find yourself in a situation where you cannot be who you are, and everything about who you are is wrong. Um, you're not able to be who you truly are. So I will encourage people to be who they authentically are, to discover who they are. It's very common when you leave a group like the Watchtower to really not know who you are, because so much of our upbringing was we were inculcated, which actually means hammer into the brain on certain techniques and tactics or certain ways of thinking. And I don't really care to change any of your beliefs that are, religious or anything. I believe in freedom of religion, and whether you believe whether you believe Jesus is Michael the Archangel or God, that doesn't matter to me. I'm here to turn you on to the techniques and tactics that high control, high demand groups use on their members and use to recruit people. And it's all done by deception. So there's something going on within the XJW community that would be very helpful if you understood the techniques and tactics that I'll be talking tonight about, because it's under the subject of narcissism. This will help you with friends that you come to know. This will also help you with groups that you choose to be a part of. And it's not uncommon for people to leave one high control group and then find themselves in another one, or leave an abusive partner and find themselves with another abusive partner. So being that you're going to be equipped with these techniques and tactics that a narcissist use, you'll realize what's happening to you quicker, and you'll end up choosing to leave quicker unless you choose to figure out a way to function in all that. My hope is that you don't have to remain under the control of someone who is a narcissist or a group that has a narcissistic spiritual leadership. It's very toxic, and it's very unhealthy for your own well-being. So tonight, somebody said generic personality. Oh yeah, that's so well said. Generic personality. I'm looking at the chat here. Bob Roberts says, "I'm Bob the Awesome." Yes, you are. Oh, yay. Thank you, Telku. I don't even know how to say your name. Talk to come you with the T. Thank you so much. She says, "Hello, my favorite apostate." Apostababe, that's so cool. Thank you. See, my brainwashing is working. And see, that was something that was translated from an Asian language, and I don't remember which one, into the English language. And that's what it came up to, brainwashing. And what it really amounts to is, if you picture like a chalkboard with all kinds of information on it, if you picture erasing it all and then putting back up new information, that's what the brainwashing is. You're going to take on the new information. But in order to brainwash somebody, you need to wipe away what's there to begin with, which is who you truly are. Those of us that were born in never got to develop who we truly are, because of all these things, when we were not able to pursue self-interest, when we were not able to be part of after-school activities, even the fact that we didn't do holidays. Yes, they might have pagan roots, but the fact that we didn't get together with family and friends made it to where we were more isolated. And we in the organization were taught to self-isolate. So we didn't have to grow up on a compound. which is like a place where a bunch of people all live together in one section. Usually, it's called communal living. So Jim Jones had a compound. The Davidians had a compound. So that took everybody away from society at large and put them in one space. But the Jehovah's Witnesses, they were self-isolating. So we didn't associate with anybody who was not a Jehovah's Witness. We didn't consider our friends at school friends. They were simply associates, and we had to consider the school our territory. Like we were there to witness to them, And from minute one, we were taught that it is our job to witness and bring people inside of the organization so that they can live forever. What that really did was bring more wealth to the leadership, okay? Because the more people that are in a group will bring in more tithing, okay? And yes, the organization says they'll never pass around, the basket, which is common for some churches to do that, to pass around the basket. They didn't have to. It was understood that you could give what you could give, and the donation boxes were in the back of the Kingdom Hall, and you decided what you were going to give. So again, I do believe that understanding the techniques and tactics of a narcissist will help you understand what the leadership of cults are like, and some leaderships even of some CEOs, some other groups. When people that get into politics, the higher and higher and higher they go, they have to be higher on the scale of narcissism. So there's like a scale. We all have a bit of narcissism to us, but some people are on the lower portion of the scale of narcissism. Others might be on the higher scale of narcissism. So another thing about being on that higher scale of narcissism is they never believe that they need to go get help. So it's very, very hard for them to go into therapy and work on themselves. It just rarely happens. And it's thought that this is not something that they can fix. And I'm talking, high on the scale of narcissism, even going into like malignant narcissism. Like there's just no cure for that. And the theory is that within their first 5 to 7 years, they did not bond with their parent or caregiver. And if you think about it, within Scientology, as soon as a baby is born, not long after, they go into childcare, and sometimes, the parents will work all day and they just barely see the baby at night. When the kids get even older, they get sent to a camp. So the parent and the child that bond is really broken apart. And that's something that happens in many, many high control, high demand groups, is to interrupt that first 5 to 7 years of a bonding that you would have with your parent. And what that does is the bonding helps a child to reassure who they are, what they're experiencing at the time. It helps them develop their inner self. But if they didn't get to bond, it's as they grow older, it's as though they're empty inside. They don't know how to grasp what is going on with them, and they are bullies, and they are intimidating, and they are aggressive. And when you see one in all their glory, they can be scary. But I also want you to understand, they are scared. They are really scared. And when they throw a rage fit over something you've done and try to convince you, how wrong you were and everything like that, it's happening out of desperation. And the reason they want you in their life which, by the way, they're very attracted to strong people, strong men, strong women. And, you being on their arm makes them look good. It's a very image, um, they are very image conscious, is what is going to say. So it's all about the image, how the family looks, if they have a family. Um, it's how they present themselves. And if you recall being in the organization, there's a lot of emphasis put on that. We dress up and go out in service. We have meeting clothes. And the nonverbal communication of dressing up like this actually says we mean business. This is not a casual affair. We mean business. We are respecting the meeting that we're going to. We are respecting the service we do out in the community. So there's some of that. So you can have what ends up happening is the relationships you have with different people. So I'm talking people, I'm talking, relationships with people or even relationships with groups. The leadership of the group or the position of a one-on-one, it could be a therapist and a client. It could be a lawyer and a client. It could be a teacher and a student. It could be, the power and authority level is not even. So if somebody in a position that's higher does unethical things, that's called an abuse of power, an abuse of the authority that they hold. It's unethical and it's wrong. So going back to how we thought when we were in the organization is that we believed that the elders in our congregation were placed there by Holy Spirit, and that the organization was Jehovah God's mouthpiece, and what is delivered to us through the literature and how the elders taught at the platform was literally how Jehovah God wanted things to be. So if we were obedient to them, it was the same as being obedient to Jehovah. And that's why we would follow the directions from elders or directions from the literature. I've mentioned before that I think it's within the first 2 to 6 weeks of a free home Bible study that the things that you're taught through this Bible aid that they bring with the Bible, they get you to realize that your heart is treacherous and that you should not lean on your own understanding, yada, 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 all these things that mean you're not to be trustworthy. And the best thing to trust is God, which seems logical. Okay, God's God and you're not. And it equals following the organization because that's how God instructs us to behave and to be in good standing with Him. If you notice, many things will be taught that if you want to please Jehovah, you're going to do this. And what displeases Jehovah is this action and this behavior. And you think to yourself, well, gosh, I don't want to displease Jehovah, and a lot of members' hearts are wanting to please God, right? So this is a manipulation thing that they do. Another thing is making sure that Jehovah God's name is that He keeps a good reputation. Okay, listen. It is my responsibility for my own reputation. It is your responsibility for your own reputation. How about we let Jehovah be responsible about His own reputation? That is healthy, okay? Yes, I get that if you're on a team, especially like if you work somewhere and you're wearing the uniform, you represent a certain company. If you're in a team, a sports team, you're wearing the uniform, you represent that team. Yes, there's some of that you can think of that you want to keep in mind while wearing the uniform or while having the uniform of a sports team on. And I can remember some of the jobs I would get. It was actually important that I signed a paper saying I wouldn't wear the uniform on off hours, meaning during my time, I should not be wearing the uniform because on my time, I'm doing what I want to do, but on their time, As I'm working for them, I'm in that uniform. I'm representing that company or that trade. So, but with the organization, you never get to take off the new personality. There is um, there is a personality that actually functions very well under the direction of the organization, but not all personalities do. So the ones that don't have to go through a lot of shame, have to go through a lot of guilt, because basically the organization has set up so many things that they're supposed to do, um, that don't really jive with them or their personality. They have to continually go against the way that they are and behave in a manner that's against who they are to please God on a regular basis. This is draining. This is exhausting. Okay. Um, it just is. This leads to depression. We wonder why, so many witnesses are depressed. Well, they're having to be somebody other than who they are in order to please Jehovah. And pleasing Jehovah is a big deal. The fact is you probably won't make it through Armageddon if Jehovah God is displeased with us or you. Um, Making sure Jehovah God is pleased with us is like a big deal. So, um, I have come to realize that some people that join the organization have actually been raised in an abusive um, family. Okay. And so when they get involved in the organization, it almost feels like home. Okay. If we leave the organization and find ourselves in another organization and we finally realize, oh, wow, this is abusive and toxic too, we can forgive ourselves because it felt like home to us as well. This is called cult hopping. It happens super easily, super easily. Women, men will get into another abusive relationship super easily. And what happens is because at the beginning, whether it's a romantic relationship or a religious group or even a self help group, even the PTA, okay? When you first get involved in these things, you get love bombed, okay? You get told how wonderful you are. And I want you to remember this, especially with a potential romantic partner. They will mirror you. So if you're doing a lot of this, they're going to do a lot of this. You hold your hand up to the right side of your face, they're going to do a lot of that. They're mirroring you on a lot of stuff. You'll ask them, do you like, pistachio ice cream? Oh, I love pistachio ice cream. Whether they do or not, they're going to tell you they love it. This is also part of the mirroring. So what happens is you end up falling in love with somebody that seems wonderfully compatible with you. But what you've just done is fell in love with yourself, okay? Because they mirrored you. So it seems safe. It isn't until about, it comes, there's different theories about when it kicks in. Sometimes it's within 3 months. Sometimes it's within a year. Sometimes it's when it's after someone gets married. As far as a controlling group, just after baptism, after you've put in your commitment and you're someone that's has integrity and wants to keep your commitment, then they start showing this other side that you did not sign up for. You were not given an informed, you were not able to make an informed decision because you were not informed. Okay. You find this stuff out later, kind of like on a need to know basis when a certain thing comes up. So, and this is just like, it'll happen one thing after another. You shift because you want to please Jehovah. And then the next thing you know, just you don't get to be your natural, authentic self. You have to continually be all of the regulations that have been given to you that show up under the guise of this is how Jehovah wants you to be in order to please him. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I'm going to check out the chat again. Um, Someone says, "Who is a great JW mom?" I think that might be a question from something earlier. Looking back, I can see I wasn't a great JW mom. And you know what? Let me just say something right here. You weren't able to be a great JW mom. You, as a mother, okay, were expected to enforce all of the rules that the governing body gave you. So when I talk about the women within the organization of the Watchtower, they had so much responsibility, but very little control, very little options. The men did, but the women were, you know, we didn't have much um, control. We were to be submissive and helpers to our husbands. And my God, we have 10% less brain mass than a man. So this is why we couldn't go on stage and actually look at the congregation and maybe teach something, because they would consider that as a position of being able to lead. We have 10% less brain mass. This was the thing that Brother Hurd, the governing body Brother Hurd, was teaching the Jehovah's Witnesses, which I find not to be a coincidence because as a black man, this is the theory that used to be given to black people as something to where they can't rise and better themselves or get certain jobs. They were told that they had a brain smaller than the Caucasian man. So I think it's no accident that Brother Hurd was given this assignment to give to the rank and file. Yeah, so let me look at the chat a little bit. Okay, yeah, I wasn't a great mom. Basically, how can you be a great mom? You're the enforcer of all these rules. Okay. Another thing is, many of the rules that are given are unattainable. Okay, unattainable. So if you're given these bars, if you think of a bar, higher standards, you can call these bars higher standards. They're unattainable higher standards. So you miss the mark. You're not making it to that high standard, which adds guilt and shame. Okay. So you get to be in this mindset all the time that, oh, I'm just a failure. Oh, I'm disappointing Jehovah. This is in your brain all the time. And you look around and it looks like other people in the congregation are reaching this goal, but they're not. They just look like they are. Okay. They're not. There's a certain amount of rules that are unattainable, meaning you cannot reach them. And they're put there on purpose so that you could not reach them, so that you would be in shame and guilt. This, along with fear, this, along with obligation, is a whole lot mentally to keep in your mind, And as you're doing all of this in your mind, gosh, a doctrine will change, right? We used to think this, but gosh, the governing body read that scripture a little bit more, and they now see it as meaning something different. So rather than changing a teaching, they call it a clarification, right? This is a clarification. So you have to get rid of the mindset that you thought before of a certain teaching. And I'm going to use the example of something from back in the day, which was the organization used to teach that receiving organs from other people was against the rules, that they taught that it was a form of cannibalism. Well, they've changed that teaching to where now Jehovah is okay with someone receiving organ transplants, and it's no longer looked upon as being a form of cannibalism. Okay. So, but they'll call that a clarification. The organization leadership, the governing body, are the only ones that get to tell you what each scripture is interpreted to mean. So we can't open the Bible and let the Bible speak for itself to us, No, we have to see what the governing body has decided that scripture means. Prime example is the scripture in Matthew regarding the faithful and discreet slave. Okay? This is a parable. What the governing body has done is interpreted it as a prophecy and tell you that them being in the position that they are, them being labeled as the faithful and discreet slave, was a prophecy from back in however long it was, okay? And they were prophesied to hold this position. No, it's a parable. People tell parables with situations that they know the person they're telling the parable to will relate to it. So back in the day in Matthew, nobody would have told a parable about a train and how they run. They weren't familiar with trains. So a parable wouldn't have happened about a train. Once the trains came into civilization, sure, they can give a parable, which is in other words, it's like when they're trying to explain a certain thing, they'll say, well, it's like da 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 da. And what they're going to do is bring up something you are familiar with, okay? That's what parables did as well. Brought up things that they were familiar with. Prophesying that the governing body are the ones that God chose to be in charge of his group, his chosen people. That's not a prophecy. It's a parable. And they've interpreted that scripture to mean that they've been chosen. And it's actually like a sleight of hand. Like a trick that they're doing on you. And because they're the only ones that can interpret scripture, they're the ones that came up with the definition. And how can you argue with that, right? You're merely part of the rank and file who is informed what the definitions are, rather than being able to decide what the Bible scriptures say. Matter of fact, around 1980, there was this thing called a purge that was going on at headquarters of the Watchtower. And part of that purge, there was a whole lot of stuff going on. And, Raymond Franz was getting to a point of realizing he didn't want to be part of the governing body. And he had already been part of it for a good 9 years. And he was just looking at things and trying to comply with a lot of it. And eventually he chose to leave, okay? But there was certain Bethelites that would get together and just read the Bible on its own, okay? Once the leadership found this out, it became forbidden. Brothers at Bethelite just kicking it somewhere, opening their Bibles and reading it without the literature. It's forbidden, okay? So you had to be instructed what these scriptures were for. There's so much control from the leadership regarding how one behaves and what they do. So if you have a certain mindset, your behavior will happen with that mindset in mind. And if you can change somebody's mindset, then their behavior will reflect that mindset. Okay, see how that works? If they tell you an example when somebody's studying and they get them to go out and service, pretty quick, an unbaptized publisher, they're going through a motion of something that if they don't believe in it, it will feel unauthentic and it would go against their conscience. So they have to make it okay in their heads to be able to continue in that behavior. If your mindset is that it's not a good idea to just show up at a stranger's house and talk to them, because we're really not supposed to be talking to all these strangers. If you go by that, then you're probably not going to go door to door. But what the organization did was tell us that this was a basically it was mandatory. They called it a commission. So it's presented as something that is expected for God's chosen people to do, and that is to share the gospel of the organization, which is basically in paradise. Let me see here. I'm going to check out the chat. Grace Henderson said, I'm not too sure that Linda can hear you. Perhaps there is something wrong with the phone line. Can you guys hear me? Grace, does that mean somebody has called in?
Hey, Linda. Why can you hear me now?
The phone line's not working.
Okay. I'm not too sure that Linda can hear you. Yeah, I'm not hearing people call in. But that might be because I have my thing.
Linda, do you hear me now?
Yes, now I do.
Okay, because there's been a lot of people that have been trying to come in through the phone line.
I apologize.
Okay.
I was trying to look at
YouTube
Plus.
Like, you know what? Is there a way for you to turn off the sound on YouTube and talk through the phone?
I managed to do it last week, and I don't remember exactly how, but
well,
I just closed YouTube right now.
There's a sound. The reason I'm asking is there's a big sound delay from the telephone to YouTube. There's like a 6, 8, 10 second delay, and so it makes it difficult. And I just wanted to let you know that this Bethelite that's been trying to call in, he tried to call in last week, and he said he couldn't get in because he wasn't being heard. So sometimes if you listen for that little hello in the background, you might be able to hear them. So I'm just suggesting.
Okay. Matter of fact, during the first show of today, I heard someone, and it was hard to hear him. I do remember that. Yeah.
Usually the first hello from the new people is they're very quiet. They're like, hello.
Yes.
You know, it's kind of a nervous thing for them to call.
Sure.
So I know there's a gentleman that's been trying to come in.
Hi guys, I'm so sorry that I didn't hear you and that I just kept yakking away. Who is this?
David.
Hi David.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Doing pretty good. You really give me a lot of insight tonight about what my wife does.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's
I never thought of it the way you were saying it. But the narcissism thing, I did not really understand the way everybody was telling me it was. But now I understand why they are so secretly done.
Yeah.
And the way they manipulate everything.
Yeah. And they're the final authority. Fortunately for you, as married to a Jehovah's Witness, you are the head of the household. Fortunately for you, you have a place of rank, you know. But if it was the other way around and you were a member of the Watchtower and she was not, you would still be the head of the house, and you would have a more, you know what I'm saying?
I have big time. I had the worst time. I got it, but I just understood what you were saying, and then when you started saying certain things, it's like when they do their Bible study stuff on Saturday mornings on the Zoom call things. They get people that don't understand what the Watchtower is about. And they bleed that person dry from their religion that they came from. And I seen it happen and heard it happen. And I was like, this is insane.
Yeah.
Baptist lady came from a Baptist religion, and she didn't fit in there because she didn't do certain things. And nobody sat down and talked to her about it. And now they use that as a weapon because the Watchtower people are trained to take certain bad problems and show that they don't do it in the first 6 weeks to a year about these things. Just like the Baptist person couldn't go and do this. Now, the Watchtower people that are training her to come in, they're saying this doesn't happen. And then when they do let it go and everything, after you're indoctrinated over a year or so, then you see these things, and oops, it's too late.
Because you're fully invested.
Yeah. And I've watched that constantly. And some circles of the witness lady said, talk to my wife. So it's just one of these things that I'm glad you brought up some of these good points that I was not getting through my thick skull. But
it's not easy to realize what's going on. I'm sorry to speak over you, David. It's not easy to realize that these techniques and tactics are even happening. You're actually hearing them say one thing, and you think it actually means that one thing. But loaded language turns that one thing into something else. It's saying something else. So you had no idea.
Exactly.
Hello, David.
What?
Yeah, this is Kurt. I finally got your name. I'm glad you used your name. I've been wondering what it was. Are you out in Oklahoma?
No, I'm in Virginia.
You're in Virginia. Are you? You're not the David hunts the Sasquatch, are you?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I had you confused with somebody else. But hello.
Hi.
Yeah. You want to go ahead and talk?
Hi, Kurt.
Go ahead and talk to Apostababe a little more.
Go ahead and say what you'd like to say to David. Did you want to say something to him?
No, I'm done. I figured he wasn't done talking to you. I just wanted to.
Okay.
I had him confused with somebody else, but I know who he is. Yeah.
Okay.
He can go ahead if he wants to. Yeah.
Okay, I'm answering somebody in the chat.
But what I was saying was, I listened to this loaded language for 30 years, and some of it didn't make good sense. But other things that they were trying to say was more repeat. And I caught on the repeat thing the first time they tried to sit down and tell me that we're going to have a Bible study. The guy brought his book over to the house, and he brought over some other books and said, we're going to study out of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
No, we studied out of this stupid red book. And I asked him, I said, is this what really God's teaching you out of a Bible? This is another book that you're teaching me out of. And that's not true. You teach me out of the Bible, and the Spirit of God will come alive in me. And that's what the guy couldn't figure out what I was saying. I stayed with this guy for 3 weeks. And I said, no.
That's a long time for you. Do you have come to know and love? That's a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time for me. For 3 weeks to handle somebody like that.
I'm impressed, David. You
As well as you know
me.
me.
That's hilarious. I'm sorry I interrupted.
But I see the tactics from the military to what these people go into too.
Do you see the similarities to
More
that?
and more. What?
Do you see the similarities in them?
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah. When you go into the military, you get you shave your head. You have little short hair. You wear the same outfit, the same uniform, same boots. You don't have no stripes. You don't have no rank. You don't have nothing.
Right.
You're stripped down to 0, and you build yourself up to 10. And by the time you get out at 10, then you got to start climbing totem pole higher to get anywhere. So,
By the way, we have
the similarities with the witnesses are you sit there, you shut your mouth, you listen what they say, you pay attention what they're saying, and you don't you're like you're frozen in your chair because you're too scared to move and you're too scared to do anything. And every time that I wore a cross all the time, and then they kept bashing me with the cross theory. Oh, are you wearing a gun around your neck?
yeah.
And
They'll
that's
do that.
what they kept saying to me, and I'm like, well, why do you carry a stick with you and say it's what God died on? And I'm like, okay, are we hunting vampires today?
It's a visual that they've put in the members' heads as something detestable.
Exactly.
Why would you wear something?
To try to break you down of what you thought in the way you were.
Mm-hmm.
You have seen the Bible in your own words.
Yes.
Pick up thy cross, follow me daily. Whoa. All 4 Gospels say the same thing.
I have a question for you, David. Did you happen to call me a narcissist on this phone call?
On this phone call? How?
I'm just asking. Did you call me a narcissist?
I don't know.
I didn't hear that either. So we have a very intuitive and protective person in the chat. It was a really cool comment. She's like, caller, please don't call her a narcissist to her face. Please do your research. The more you understand, the better off you will be. Also, you will learn more about yourself, certain personalities. So I believe she was saying this regarding you. Am I right? So I said that I don't believe that you called me a narcissist. So sometimes we hear something that we either miss, that I might have missed, they might have heard it, but that's why I was asking you straight up. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you can ask me straight up, I'll answer you.
Oh, I might be way off here. And if I am, forgive me. Oh, she was talking about somebody else. You're talking about somebody else. Erase. Sorry, sweetheart.
Apostababe.
Yes, Kurt.
But I'll let you go. I gotta get moving. I'm still sitting up in the tree, so
Okay.
I'm gonna get down out of here and head on home.
Okay, please keep listening because I'm going to go into some of the personality traits of a narcissist, and you'll be able to recognize them when you hear it.
Okay, well, it'll be on Rick's program tomorrow or the next day, and if I don't get it all, I'll listen to it all.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, well, you take it easy, be careful, be safe, and keep just watching for me.
Thank you. I will.
Yeah.
No. Let me just say one more thing to the chat. I'm sorry, guys. I my fault. So yeah, sorry about that. But I'm glad I was told that I was off. I had that situation wrong in my head. So there's that. So forgive me, guys. Sorry about that. Yes, Kurt, how are you?
Fine. I listened back to the program last Saturday night when you and I were talking, and it was ridiculous. I was not able to hear you. I have a hard time hearing on this phone, and I'm gonna have to. I'm working on getting me a new phone.
Hey, Kurt.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Brad.
This is Brad from Australia.
Hey,
I just
Brad.
wanted to suggest something really quick. If you were to pick up yourself a pair of headphones with a microphone attached from, say, Walmart or any cheap place like that, you can pick them up really cheap. That would solve your problems while talking on this phone.
Right.
It would bypass your speaker and your microphone and swap it for the ones on the headphones, and we'd be able to hear you super clearly.
Thank you, Brad.
Just a thought. It's cheaper than a whole new phone, that's all.
Yes, thank you. My son out in Texas is supposed to be getting me a headphone that will fit this phone. It's not wireless. It's got a cord and a headphone with a microphone. Thank you. Yeah.
No worries at all. If for some reason your son can't come through for that, let me know. And I have like a million of them just sitting around me at home from old phones and things like that. I'd happily send you one. Because I really like the stuff that you have to say, but it's very difficult to hear you sometimes.
I thank you. I thank you very much. Very much.
No worries, Kurt.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. I'll make this really brief. I do want, when I did listen back to the program, it was just outrageous because there were at least a couple of times, Apostababe, you were speaking with me and I was just rambling on and I could not hear you. I didn't know that. I watched back. So, a quick comment on your introduction. The Watchtower, I think we all agree, makes things, I'm trying to be fair. I think it's fair. They make the Christian life quite difficult. We all know where they're coming from. I mean, they believe they have that commission to preach the good news.
Mm-hmm.
Advent has started all that in modern times with the preaching, and the Bible students and the Watchtower carried it on. And of course, with Rutherford, it got really intense, the preaching. So, but in the meantime, using myself as an example, to really grow, I don't know how to say this, to grow as a Christian, this would be, I'm talking to those that's left the Watchtower like myself, that some choose to try to be a Christian and others do other things. But for those that try to be a Christian, this idea of being born again, the new creation, regeneration, renewal of the mind and all that, you mentioned some of that, is encouraged in the scriptures. And it's a really hard thing, to imitate Christ and all of that. But it's in there, and very, very hard. I've not been very good at it. And I know, Apostababe, you know all this stuff, but I'm talking about those that decide to carry on after the Watchtower and try to, be Christian or whatever. So I thought I'd mention that. You already mentioned a little bit of it. But the Watchtower, just one last thing,
Sure.
not to be negative, Was you going to say something? I couldn't hear.
No, I just said sure.
Okay, yeah, Brad. I couldn't hear. I heard something, but I couldn't hear. But anyway, that's about all I got right now. I know you know all these things, and Brad and whoever's listening knows all these things. But just as a reminder, but the Watchtower, again, they make, in my estimation, they make things very difficult for a person to grow in the Watchtower spiritually. You have the two classes. The heavenly and earth class, and the earthly class has got to hang around with the heavenly class to get their instructions. And but to grow as an individual with deep Bible study and commitment, being willing and able, I think they lag behind. They lag behind. They make it a heavy load, and it's a load anyway, but they make it heavier with a lot of extra I don't know, instructions and just a lot of confusion. Anyway, thanks for listening to me, and I'll mute myself and all of that. So thank you, Apostababe.
Sure, Kurt. Sure. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to really get into doctrines, but within mainstream Christianity, there is some fundamental center doctrines that most Christians across many different religions that are Christian believe in. And then there's like this outer circle of, if you can picture, there's doctrines in that outer circle, which some might believe and some might not believe. Okay. So you actually get a choice whether you see it that way or not. So within the organization, it is everything. It is every teaching. You have to accept it 100%. You don't get to think to yourself, well, you don't get to decide whether or not you're going to take on that mindset. For instance, an example is many of the Christians believe in the rapture, which is being lifted up into heaven and meeting Christ, and then continuing on with Christ, whether it's on earth or in heaven. I don't know, but the rapture, that you get lifted up and meet Christ in the sky. So that's the rapture. So some Christians believe that the rapture will happen before the Great Tribulation or Armageddon. Some people believe it's going to happen in the middle of Armageddon. Some people believe it's going to happen at the end of Armageddon. So they differ. Some people have different viewpoints on when the rapture will happen. And it's not a disfellowshipping offense, okay? They get to have that, make their own choice about it. So, but that would not be allowed within the organization. And they say that it's when we all believe the same thing, that it's a sign of harmony, and it's a sign that God is in fact the ruler of this group, which in fact can also be said it is groupthink. So there's that. So I'm wanting to talk about narcissism and some of the characteristics of a narcissist. And I found this article, and it's called The Narcissistic Family. And the reason I'm going to read from it is because the organization, any of these groups that are high demand, high control, systems of control, they end up replacing your family with the group, okay? They tear your family apart and the group replaces your family. That's truly the mission of a cult, okay? So I'm sure you've heard stories about, like, when somebody will say, especially if they're newly studying and their family members are giving them a hard time because they're studying with Jehovah's Witnesses, it's not uncommon that a Jehovah's Witness will say, well, we're your family now, and that's pretty common. So yeah, there's that. So this is an article talking about the narcissistic family. And as I'm reading it, you can apply it to, yes, a family or a group or a one-on-one relationship, which could be a friendship, somebody that you work with, which would be somebody on the same level as you, a fellow worker, not a boss. No, actually, I'm talking about a boss, not a fellow worker. A boss would hold a higher position. So, let me just get started on reading this. It says, a family is a tyranny ruled by its weakest member. George Bernard Shaw nailed it. The truth with this quote, and no better example, is the narcissistic family. The narcissistic family playbill. The narcissist family can be understood as a play with characters that serve the lead, the demanding, reactive, and delusional narcissist, usually a parent. Narcissistic families have uncannily similar patterns from one to the next, with basically the same unspoken rules and roles for family members. If visible to the outside world, the performance would appear to be would appear to be sick. I'm going to miss that. Tragically. Okay, sick and cruel farce. To the family players burdened with their roles, often since birth, the act is their painful normal. So this is what's normal to them. Okay, the narcissist family cast. The narcissist is the family tyrant. Narcissist. This is usually a parent or parents, but may be a child, sibling, okay? The narcissist is the family tyrant, whom everyone else revolves around, trying to avoid criticism, conflict, or outright attack. There also may be a hive of narcissists as grandparents or other relatives. A person with a narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, I'm not a therapist and I'm not diagnosing anybody. I'm reading an article that talks about psychology and stuff. So just take this in and think of, different scenarios that you might be in and see if it rings true to you or not. And as always, take what you like and leave the rest if it, So I just want to make that clear. A person with narcissistic personality disorder experiences disrupted attachment with caregivers in childhood that impedes healthy emotional and moral development. The child is unable to establish secure self-esteem. You hear that? They're not able to establish secure self-esteem. An individual, an undivided sense of identity, or a trusting and empathetic connection with others. They just aren't able to because they didn't receive it from their caregivers, okay? Or trusting an empathetic connection with others. She or he compensates with ongoing assertions of superiority, entitlement, control, exploitation, and antagonism. Antagonism. Antagonism, I think that is, which may be overtly or covertly expressed. As parents, narcissists invert the parent-child relationship by putting their needs before those of their children. Okay? They may be neglectful, engulfing, parasitic, and or outright bullying and abusive. Enabler codependent. The primary enabler in the narcissistic family is usually a partner or spouse. but may be a parent or child. Codependent enablers support narcissists by complying with their entitlement, denying their abuse, accepting their narratives about the family, and acting as apologists for the harm they do. Narcissists typically manipulate enablers through alternate abuse and special treatment. So they give them abuse and then they give them special treatment. They abuse them and then they treat them well. Abuse them and treat them well. It's part of their technique. This is what they do with the enabler. Enablers are perpetually avoiding attack while also seeking rewards such as affection, praise, or money. The enabler is often under the delusion that she or he is the only one who can truly understand the narcissist and meet his or her needs. Enablers commonly express trauma bonding with the narcissist, becoming emotionally and physically addicted to codependent abusive cycles. Okay, let me just stop there. A codependent. The way a codependent thinks is, I'm not okay unless they're okay. And once they're okay, then I'm okay. And that could be for an addict or a narcissist or, some other kind of abusive situation. So rather than, and it's actually, it's actually sad because rather than working on themselves, okay, they're actually distracted and making sure the other person is okay and doing everything they can to appease the narcissist, because they really believe they're not, everything's not okay until the narcissist is okay. That's codependency. Okay, if that makes sense. I hope it does. We're going on to enablers. So this article is speaking of people that are codependent and enablers as the same thing. Okay. I'm back to the article. Enablers may be with complex mix of codependent and narcissist, or they may be covertly narcissistic. And common patterns is for the covert narcissist to partner with a more overtly dominant narcissist. So this is an example of narcissists getting together. Some are overtly, some are, covert. I'm not really getting into that much today, but I'm wanting you to recognize some of the terminology that is used. For instance, flying monkeys. You may have heard somebody speak of flying monkeys recently on a video, okay? And I'm wanting you to understand what a flying monkey does. And in this case with the family, it says flying monkeys' children or other relatives and or friends. Flying monkeys are enablers who also perpetrate the narcissistic abuse on the targeted victims, most often a scapegoated child. Like the flying monkeys in The Wizard of Oz, they assist the narcissistic dirty work. They assist the narcissist in their dirty work and carry out abuse by proxy. The most manipulative members of the family become flying monkeys who may be narcissistic themselves. So other people in the family might try to get the message of abuse to whoever the target is, as well as the narcissist themselves. So that's what the flying monkeys are doing, and it's really from The Wizard of Oz when the witch tells these flying monkeys to go fly, and they were sending them to I don't know why I can't think of her name, from The Wizard of Oz, which is so funny because that's what this coffee cup is. It shows her right there. So now we're going to the golden child. Is trained to please. Okay, golden child. The golden child is The narcissist parents idolized, favorite, bestowed in special status and privilege. Narcissists project their delusional ideal self, what they want to believe about themselves, onto the favored child and engulf the child's identity into their own. Roles and rules in the narcissistic family can be fluid and changeable, and narcissistic parents may resign the part of golden child to other if it suits their shifting agenda or if family circumstances change. So it doesn't have to be just one child or one person as being the golden child. So they're the ones that are in they're in good standings with the narcissist, okay? And they pretty much follow and do anything the narcissist tells them to do. And it's kind of like the favorite. The golden child is the narcissist's favorite, okay? Out of anybody, and in this case, it's the family. So that's the golden child. The next one is scapegoat. The child targeted as scapegoat functions as a projection of the narcissist's parents' repressed shame and self-hatred, blamed for family problems and disappointments. This child is fair game for abuse from the enabler and flying monkeys too. Oftentimes, the scapegoat is different from the family culture in some way. This child may be the strongest, most aware, and or most empathic child, the most empathic child. The one who questions the family system. You know, those of you that question, might be you, okay? And perhaps stands up to the narcissist in defense of others. Unlike the golden child, the scapegoat is least invested in upholding the family syndrome because he or she recognizes its injustice and benefits least from it. So they see what's going on, okay? They see what's going on, so they're going to be blamed for a lot of stuff, okay? Because they question, because they have the nerve to question the narcissist, okay? The next is gaslighting. This is a form of psychological abuse that involves undermining another person's mental state by leading them to question their perceptions of reality. The narcissistic manipulator uses denial, dismissal, distortion, and other forms of lying to erode victims' belief in their own judgment and ultimately their sanity. The term comes from the 1944 Hollywood film Gaslighting, a classic depiction of this kind of brainwashing. You could probably find this movie Gaslighting in different archives. I can't think of what it is, but you can kind of give yourself a search for it. This next one is called hoovering, okay? Cruel, just like the vacuum cleaner. Hoover vacuum cleaner, okay? Remember that. Cruel and prone to splitting, seeing others as all good or all bad. Narcissists often alienate or discard those around them. If sources of supply pull away, mind you, a narcissist needs a supply to feed off of. So that's what this is talking about. If sources of supply pull away, narcissists may attempt to hoover, as in the vacuums suck them back, or they may try to hoover pervasively discarded people that they see as valuable again. So you might have a break from the narcissist for a while, but they might come around and try to hoover you and try to suck you back into their thing, sometimes you'll try to be leaving a narcissist and they don't like that. So they might hoover and try not to let you leave, okay? Narcissistic rage. A defining feature of the narcissist personality is emotional dysregulation and reactivity, including hair trigger rage about anything perceived as an insult or threat. Far beyond normal anger, narcissistic rage is terrifying and may include physical violence. It can be overt or cloaked in passive aggressive behavior, such as guilt tripping, silent treatment, or smear campaign. This narcissistic rage, I believe many of you have probably experienced this, where something happens and it doesn't seem like much of a thing, but the narcissist is flipping out, and you're sitting there going, "What just happened?" Then they're mad at you because you didn't see you should know what it is, but you don't know what it is. So there's rage happening, and it's chaotic. It's scary. There's a lot of guilt tripping that happens in it. Sometimes they'll do the silent treatment on you, and or the smear campaign. I don't recall if the smear campaign's part of this. The smear campaign is very similar to what happens when you get shunned, and then rumor goes around that basically to ruin your reputation. The smear campaign is to ruin your reputation, to make it even more so that people in the congregation won't talk to you. Okay? The scapegoat sees things from a different angle. Okay, here we are. Narcissistic supply. Like a parasite, the narcissistic personality is highly dependent on others for emotional sustenance, demanding attention, agreement, and adoration. Anyone the narcissist can exploit, a partner, child, relative, employee, student, or friend, is a potential source of supply. Without others to demean or draw validation from, the narcissist is an empty husk. So, being that they, within that first 5 to 7 years, were not helped out to be secure within themselves, and they're talking about this as being an empty husk, they don't have like an inner center to feel stable. Whereas if there was a good bond between a guardian or a parent within that first 5 to 7 years, that when something would happen, that the guardian or the parent would label these things. Are you feeling sad? You look very mad. Are you mad? So then the person, the child, will get to understand what's going on with them, and understand that they'll understand it from the center of their gut, is what I'm talking about. So because the neglect happens within that first 5 to 7 years, they don't get to develop very well from there. They're actually, even in an adult body, they're still like 5 to 7 years old when they're having a rage. When they have a narcissistic rage, it is not pretty. It is not pretty. And it's very, very scary. So the next one is projection. We all project from time to time, but what the narcissist does so compulsively and often with little awareness. When narcissists project, they direct their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors into others, so they don't have to take responsibility or carry painful emotions because they lack self-awareness, don't respect boundaries, and cope by externalizing their feelings of anger and emptiness. Narcissists project as a matter of course in all of their relationships. If the narcissist lied, they're going to tell you you're the liar. If she or he is childish, you're going to be told you're immature. If he or she insulted you, you're going to be told you're mean. If he or she demanded reassurance, you're going to be told you're insecure. If she or he ate food off of your plate, you are a selfish pig. So do you see what's going on there? So if a narcissist accuses you of something, you can pretty much figure they're doing it. If they're accusing you of being selfish, they're probably being selfish. And before you can even realize that they're doing something, you're going to be accused of it first. And that just throws you off to where it's kind of like the art of diversion, to where you're not thinking or paying attention to what they're doing to recognize that they're doing a certain thing, because they're projecting it. They're telling you are doing that certain thing. You see how that is? And they will not respect boundaries. If you have a friend or someone that you need to set a boundary with, and they literally will not listen to the boundaries you need to set with them, that's an example of not respecting your boundaries. Someone that does respect your boundaries will actually listen to what the boundaries actually are. There could be some negotiation on it, but they would be willing to listen. Okay? A narcissist will trample over all of your boundaries if you set them. Okay? Okay, so that was the last one. I'm hoping this is helpful. These are techniques and stuff that are used by cults, by abusive partners, can be used by people that are in a higher position, in settings where it could be a doctor and you're the patient, things like that. But this is an example of different things that some of the narcissist techniques are. And I want to encourage you to do a little bit of your own homework and really look into narcissism, okay? Because this is going to help. There's videos all over YouTube about him. There's articles all over the place about narcissism. There's a few different kinds of narcissists, such as malignant and some other things. And like I said, I'm not a therapist, but cult leaders tend to be narcissists, okay? And what they are doing is, those that are below, if you picture a triangle, okay, those that are below them will be taught to be a narcissist. Those that go down even further down that triangle, they will be taught to be narcissists, all the way down to the rank and file. So when you find yourself dealing with a cult member who seems to have no empathy, no personality, they don't laugh about much at all, like no sense of humor, they've learned to really deaden their intuition. They've learned to deaden their reasoning skills, and basically deaden most of what their body is telling them, so that they can be what is expected of them to be. The leadership is narcissistic, and they end up creating mini me's, mini narcissists as well. So some, like for instance, some elders you can tell are narcissists and narcissistic and get off on the power and the authority of their position. Some of them are just not. They are happy to be of service, things like that. So I'm hoping this is helpful. And like I said, there's stuff going on within the XJW community now to where it would be very helpful for you to learn what these things are, so that it will not only help you in your healing, but also this stuff shows up in the XJW community as well. Because like I said, people are taught to be narcissists, okay? And when they leave the org, we shed things. And for some people, they don't shed that narcissistic side of them that's on the higher scale of narcissism. You know, they were trained in it. Plus, again, like I was reading and saying earlier, because they weren't given a stable sense of self to understand themselves and who they truly are, they're like an empty husk, and they believe that it's what is outside of them makes them who they are, rather than what and who they are makes them who they are. So, you know, it they may present themselves as having a wonderful car, wonderful family. All of these things are like accessories, you know, that say that they're a family person, or say that they are a good person, or say that they are a smart businessman, you know, when in actuality, please remember, narcissistic people on the higher scale are actually very insecure people. So remember that when
They
you
are. They don't have a center.
yes, that's very well said. They
And
don't.
then there's me. I'm the ultimate accessory, Linda.
Are you? You can identify that whole
Oh, that was,
accessory thing.
you did such a fine job. That's so painful to hear all that. But also, a person in one family could be the golden child one day and the scapegoat the next.
So true. So true. Yeah.
But what I found out, which I want to share with you because you'll get it when you finally get to your master's degree level of psychology, but you won't get it in your first coursework. The cluster B personality.
Ooh-wee.
It's a very sad thing.
Yeah.
And these narcissistic people, because we all have a little narcissism, it gets us up in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
But the true narcissist, the cluster B personality, it's a very sad person because they have no inner core. They can't go outside and amuse themselves. They got to have somebody there to siphon off of. They got to have their supply, as you put it.
Yes.
And those people, you and I will seek help. We will seek a self-help book or therapy or a hobby or something to help ourselves to be better humans.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, the cluster B person, they ain't the paying customer.
That's right.
And because they ain't the paying customer, they do not teach about it in Psychology 101 through Psychology 401.
Oh, really?
It's only until you get to the master's degree level, or if you're an attorney and you have to study criminal behavior, things like this, when you get to the graduate level of psychology or medicine or law, then they start telling you about cluster B.
Okay. Can you give us a little bit of an example of
There's
what a cluster B
fragile
is?
narcissist, which is really sad, and then there's aggressive narcissist. What was your question?
I asked, can you give a little example of what a cluster B would be?
It's a narcissist. It's the true clinical definition of a narcissist, because every person has an ego, and everyone's going to have a little bit of narcissism.
Yes.
Because we want to be a secure human that goes to work and does things and has a little bit of a mask at work. We're not going to be totally authentic all the time, or people would run away. But the things that you described, the way that the children are scapegoated, or the children are golden child, or the guests in the house are supply for the narcissist, all of those things you just described are things that the cluster B personality type has to have. Okay?
Yes.
And the
Yes.
cluster B could be a borderline personality, which is the fragile personality type, or they could be the more aggressive narcissistic type. There's subsets of the cluster B personality types. But
Yes.
again, this is not taught until the graduate level psychology classes, and it should be taught really to like an 18-year-old, because when you go out into the world, and the book again is Snakes in Suits, so many of your CEOs are snakes in suits. They are the narcissistic personality type. So many of your bosses, heads of religions, heads of companies, people that are over you if you're an employee. So many of them have those traits. But when you really get to the cluster B, it's really sad, because those people, they're pulling on you all the time because they don't know what to do if you're not in the room.
Yeah, and if you're not, and they always have somebody next to be their supply.
Oh, yeah. They can discard rapidly.
Yes. Yes.
I know of one case where a witness sister, when her child left, she had, like, we'll call them pretend daughter, pretend son within the Kingdom Hall, because she needed more supply.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It was not a nice motherly sister making a cake or saying, well, you know, young brother, good looking, he's come to wash my car, I'm going to buy him a pizza. It wasn't a reciprocal happy thing.
Right.
It was, let's have them over so we can be vampires to them emotionally.
Yes, and I think that this is where that word, I believe it's psychic vampire or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Used to be called,
yeah.
Where they just suck everything out of you, and when you get home, you are totally drained, just drained.
And some of us lived in families where we were drained all the time.
Yes, I know I did.
And we never knew why we weren't getting well until we left home and we started to get well. Sad but true.
Yes. So true. And it's very easy to go from one narcissistic situation, a group relationship, whatever, to another, find yourself in another one. It's like,
well, it's very hard to find healthy people like yourself, Linda. You're a rarity. And if you live in a big city like Los Angeles or Washington or New York or London or Paris, I think there's a whole lot of narcissists in those cities. It's real hard to find, like, the kind person.
Yeah, I think that I'm teaching this because I'm wanting people to recognize them. I truly believe out in the world, society at large, that predominantly it is not full of narcissists. I believe they're predominantly empathic, kind people. But you must know about the narcissist, because you won't even know what the hell is happening to you. And you are, it's as though their intention is to destroy you. And sometimes they will tell you, I'm going to destroy you. And they will, especially with the smear campaign.
People will tell you who they are. That is a very good thing that we need to learn, that we probably didn't learn at Kingdom Hall. People will tell you who they are.
Yeah. I know myself.
We were taught to be preachaholics, and we were taught to preach at the person, and we weren't taught to actively listen to the person. If we listen to a new person for 5 or 6 months before we get to be a real good chum with them, or before we get a romance with them, they will tell us who they are.
Yes. Yes, they will.
Hey,
And another thing I want to mention is that they will fall in love with you super quickly. They will propose to you super quickly and tell you that you're the best. They've never felt like this before. And, it's easy to fall for that. Be careful for those that do that too quickly.
Yes, because they're looking for that supply.
Hey, Pixie.
Yeah.
Everything you guys are saying is 100% true. I lived it. it's scary because everything you're saying is what I have said, but in different, ways. But we've all lived it. That's how I know what you're saying. And Linda, you guys are speaking like truth to power. We just all have different ways of expressing it. But every word that you guys have been talking about lately, it is the Jehovah's Witness experience, and I've lived it.
Yes.
Yes, and this is why I say that I in my lifetime, at the age I am now, and I thought you were so much younger, Gilbert. We're so much younger on the radio, you and me.
Yeah.
But at the age I am now, I look back and I'm doing a fearful inventory, and I'm saying, oh my God, I have been surrounded by nothing but narcissists for most of my life. I was so blessed to have 2 childhood friends that were the kindest people ever from the age of 5 to the age of 9. They helped me to be the nice person I am today.
Correct. Yeah, and just for the record, it is you and I, not you and me. No, just kidding. I have to throw that in. And that is,
it depends on the context. It can be you and me or you and I, depending on the grammar context, dear.
Yeah. But there's this guy that's very intelligent that said, narcissists hate those that refuse to live in their created universe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So they create a universe, and when you don't want to live in that universe, they hate you because you don't want to join. And so my question to you, Linda James, is: would you say that a guy who wants to run and become an elected member of the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses is a narcissist? I think no, but I'm just kidding.
To me,
you might have a savior complex. You want to help us all too much.
But no, this narcissism thing has to be spoken about regularly, different channels, and everybody should pick it up because it is so. I'm sorry, we were fed this. It was spiritual food that was tainted. I blame this on the tainted spiritual food that we ate going to the meetings.
Yes.
Well, what I realized listening to Linda's beautiful lecture was, and I've studied the topic in recent years from a clinical point and all the hard books that were boring. With so many kids in daycare now, no wonder the last 2 generations have been full of many, many narcissists. Now, if you're homeschooled or you live on a ranch in California, you're probably super nice. But if you live in a gigantic, mean urban city and you've been sent to daycare and all the kids you know have been sent to daycare, you didn't bond because you've been in baby jail since you were really small for at least most of your day. So we got generations of narcissists now.
Yeah. And you know what, another thing too, and this speaks volumes of Linda and the Six Screens show, is because a lot of times, and I'm guilty of it too, we watch things that that don't make you a better person. We read things, watch videos, TV. It doesn't make you a better person. And that's what it was when we were Jehovah's Witness. We were never taught these subjects by design, and a real community, a real church, a good family would actually talk about these issues. So like you said, even if you did live in Hollywood and say the Burbank area and you were real rich kids, and there's some kids that are narcissists, but sometimes gems and diamonds come out of those communities. And why? Because mom and dad and family are willing to talk about this in the dinner table, kind of like what we're doing now. We're actually having these
that
conversations.
child may have been nurtured by their mother from a young age. They may have had a beautiful exotic caregiver that lived in the house with them that was the warmest, nicest person. They may have had a nice granny. There's many things that may have happened. But I see so much daycare now that it's like, where's the parent at all?
The churches are daycares. When you think about it, they're daycares for adults.
Wow.
No,
I've never thought of it that way. And you might be right. Wow.
the last thing I was going to say, and I got to go, but when you talked about the suits and stuff, I said it a long time ago, and I'll say it again. I like even I went to my niece's and nephew's wedding and stuff like that, and I refuse to wear a suit and tie. If I have to go to a judge, I will not wear a suit and tie. I'll wear a different, nice attire. But the reason why is this is because John the Baptist. I get it now. John the Baptist was surrounded by suits and ties. They just had, it was different. It was a different type of clothing.
Right.
So when he walked down the street, he was like, oh, hell no, you're not going to ever think that I'm somehow associated with these SOBs. Now, guess who was like John the Baptist? It was Gandhi, modern day John the Baptist, where Gandhi, they have pictures of him when he's in his 20s. He's a lawyer studying in London.
Yes, he was.
With a suit and tie. But he made it very, very that, oh, hell no. I have nothing to do with you guys. You guys, and he was totally disgusted. And so this thing about the narcissist that you talked about, the ties and the suits.
Yeah, the book is called Snakes in Suits, and it's a $12 book in the business section, and it explained it so well.
Yeah, and I now I understand why John the Baptist dressed the way he did.
Yeah,
it's the same story. It's the exact same story.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, and I want nothing to. So when
but they
Armageddon
really don't explain it. Even if you went and took a college level psychology 1 and 2, they don't explain it. And a gentleman that I knew who was a PhD in psychology, he explained it to me that way. He says they ain't the paying customers. He says a narcissist will not come into his clinician room to get help. They will blame you. You could have done no wrong, and they will blame you and say, I don't need any help.
But you know how you deal with them? You have to fight like an alpha male or like a mama bear. You have to fight them so hard that they shut up. And I had this experience with an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and I have the emails to prove it. She I'm not going to mention her name, but she went on the Rick Farron show and told everybody that I saved her life. She was suicidal, yada yada. She did the whole thing, praised me up and down. And then, later she goes and tries to accuse me of being a child molester. And she got on with Mike and Kim, and there was a list, and we want to know if it's you. So I did all the screenshots, and I did a video in retaliation to her. And she was begging me, please, Gilbert, please don't do this, And so I put the video on private. So it's still on YouTube, but you have to have a special link to see it. Mm-hmm. But I told her, because I told her she needs help. I told her, you're a narcissist, and I told her you need medical help, and may God, help you. I'm not mad at you. But the only way to deal with people like that is you have to say, you know what, I'm willing to fight to the death. I am willing to die on this hill, and I will kill you. And the narcissist will say, okay, I'm going to go somewhere else. And
discard easily.
Yeah, you have to with these people. You either have to avoid them.
What's really painful are women that have narcissistic mothers.
Yes.
There's so much I was supposed to learn, but the thing that saved me, and I've said this to Linda many times, where I live has one of the best library systems in the nation. And we had a little branch of our library next to an elementary school, literally doors away from my house.
Wow.
So I had no money, but the library saved my life. I've said it so many times for so many different topics. If I needed an answer, rain or snow, I got my umbrella, I walked down the hill, and I went into that little public library.
Wow.
So I parented myself in many ways.
Well, I can stay here for hours with you two girls, and Linda James. What you're doing is great because it's like laying seeds. You have no idea who's listening and when that seed's going to sprout. But we did not. You actually provide the spiritual food at the proper time, whereas Watchtower provides spiritual salmonella. They really do, and thank God for the 6 screens and for everything all of the contributors do. But I really do got to go.
It was
Okay.
lovely chatting with you this evening. And we do love these people. We try to get
Yeah.
love back, and we have to learn how to be well, and we have to learn where we went wrong, or where we were in a place where the person maybe loved us but didn't know how to love us back. There's all kinds of things. And these issues are lifelong lessons that we have to keep working on so we can be well.
There's another thing that will be used as manipulation, and I don't want to suggest that it's not worth taking seriously. But what a narcissist will do is, at times, is threaten suicide, and it's to get you.
I've seen it.
I do not believe when anybody talks suicide to ignore it, but that's a technique they'll use. And I've had it used on me, and of course it alarms you. It alarmed me, and it's kind of a manipulation technique that will help you get in line and to please them, because you don't want them to kill themselves. You'll do anything because you really do care about them, and maybe even are in love with them.
I also saw the record when I was paying the bill, and I realized finally it's not me. There was nothing I could do to cure or heal that human.
Right. And like I said earlier tonight, it is considered to be almost impossible for even a narcissist to go into therapy and be cured. I mean, a malignant narcissist. And most
They won't go. But like you say,
Yeah.
if they've threatened suicide, then they see the clinician finally.
If
They're
they
seeing the person that says, "Oh, well, let me take a note here. What is this unexplained, unspecific? This is different." Okay, then they finally get to see the shrink.
Mm-hmm. Especially if they, and so when I want to encourage people that if they believe they're dealing with a narcissist, and I believe this is something responsible to do, is to get on the line and to get 911, let them know so and so is suicidal, and let them go take their visit, because they're what is called 5150. And yes, they might see a physician at that time, but it kind of gives you your power back, but you're also making sure they're going to be taken care of, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Even if they come back and tell you it was a hell of a experience, it's you know what I mean? It's still, they won't threaten it as much as much after so many visits, if that's not really what they needed. You know what I'm saying? When you do need it, they know that time was set aside, and it could have helped them. I'm not saying it always does, but you don't have to feel as though, oh my gosh, I better. You give the 911, whatever it is in your country. It could be 999, whatever it is, meaning calling emergency, calling to get an ambulance brought to your home, because they do need help.
The crazy thing is, sometimes the scapegoat, everybody around them is telling you how great everything is.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not seeing the person that's getting blamed.
Yes.
So if you're scapegoated, you might have 40 or 50 people that believe it is you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pixie.
Hey!
Hey, how are you?
How are you is the question.
I'm pretty good. I just wanted to bust in and say we're actually learning about the different cluster personalities now in class. I had my book right beside me that I was reading at work, and we're learning about that now.
Oh, good.
And you're taking law, correct?
A, B, and C.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I live
and
with that.
The reasoning behind it was so that expert witnesses and psychologists can't be so expert that we don't know what they're talking about. So we need to know a little bit about all the personality disorders and things like that. So I just thought that I would say there's 3 different clusters, A, B, and C, and they all hold different personality disorders within them that have similar traits.
Could you explain A, B, and C to the nice person here?
Usually, if you have one of these disorders, you usually, in most cases, have more than one. But cluster A personality disorders are characterized by odd, eccentric thinking or behavior. They include paranoid personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, and schizotypal personality disorder. So paranoid personality disorders, schizophrenia, and things like that. So they're they're basically described as something that makes you think really odd stuff. Cluster B personality disorders, which is what we were talking about, they're characterized by dramatic, overly emotional or unpredictable thinking or behavior. They include antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and narcissist personality disorder. Cluster C personality disorders are characterized by anxiousness, fearful thinking, and behavior that describes that. They include avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, and obsessive compulsive personality disorder. And it says at the bottom, obsessive compulsive personality disorder is not the same as obsessive compulsive disorder.
Can you repeat that?
There is a difference between those two, even though only one word's different. One has personality in it and the other one doesn't.
Can you repeat those 2 again?
And when you read about this, absolutely. Obsessive compulsive personality disorder is actually different to obsessive compulsive disorder. So OCD is different to OCPD.
Okay.
One is checking the stove, and the other person is worrying constantly that the world's going to end.
Yeah, it's got a couple of symptoms here. It says preoccupation with details, orderliness, and rules. This is obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Preoccupation with details, orderliness, and rules. Extreme perfectionism, resulting in dysfunction and distress when perfection is not achieved, such as feeling unable to finish a project because you don't meet your own strict standards. Desire to be in control of people, tasks, and situations, and an inability to delegate tasks. Neglect of friends and enjoyable activities because of excessive commitment to work or a project. Inability to discard broken or worthless objects. Rigid and stubborn. Inflexible about morality, ethics, or values. Tight, miserly control over budgeting and spending money.
That might be me, but I'm not a narcissist. I might be C.
So somebody who's obsessive compulsive disorder, those are the people that can wash their hands 4,000 times a day, turn lights off, on and off, because they think that if they don't do that, yes, the world possibly could end or something very dramatic could end. Whereas
but the
these other people
narcissist is B. The narcissist is B.
Yes, that's correct.
And they never seek help.
No, and I've heard people describe them as controlling disorders. So within cluster B, it seems to be every disorder has some sort of control of other people involved.
Or the
narcissist, antisocial, borderline personality. They all have some form of controlling others. Yeah.
But B is especially sad because there's no center there. There's no center in that.
B definitely seems to be the one that is more negatively viewed. It says in my paper.
It's kind of sad.
Yes.
Kind of sad because underneath there's nothing.
Yeah. I feel very sorry for people with cluster A personality disorders because they're the ones where your brain, the chemicals are so messed up that you can't fathom the difference between things that are right and wrong and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you're kind of led by fairies and stuff. Yeah. Have you read?
Exactly.
I have a book recommendation for you. It's called Prometheus Rising.
I've read that. I've got that book on my bookshelf.
Well, you need to Xerox the personality chart and put it with the stuff you're reading now. I think it's page 27 or something like that.
And send me a copy of that personality chart, please. I'm curious about it.
The front part of the book. It may not be 27. I need more Harry Lorraine. Harry Lorraine died, by the way. I was sad. I was sad because Harry Lorraine is gone. I thank him every day.
Yeah, fair enough.
And histrionic personality
hear from you.
is like somebody that always needs to have the center of attention. Not necessarily an entertainer, but they literally have to be the center of the center of all attention. Good entertainers are doing a service, an act that is a service, and they're not really self-centered. But histrionic are very self-centered, and if somebody else is talking, they got to do something to distract the conversation and bring the attention back to them. They can be in show business. They can be, doing that kind of a career. But yeah, they are, and they're kind of drama too.
Yeah, they have drama on and off the stage too. They got more drama off the stage than on sometimes.
Yes.
The sad thing about a lot of entertainers, I think they might be cluster B, a lot of them, because inside a lot of them are real hollow, and I don't know why the common folk think they have great opinions on politics and art, because most of them don't.
Yes, but that's something that, is used to get us to be drawn to agree with them. If we value their way of playing basketball or their way of playing guitar, and they get on the, in front of the telly and say that they're going to vote for whoever, you feel like you have this fondness to them to begin with. And that actually is a form of, manipulation too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
In the chat,
Yes.
I believe Tall Cool Woman, she wants to call in, but she's very nervous.
Yes, I can understand that. I don't bite. I'm low on the scale of narcissism. You probably will be safe.
The narcissist probably would bite, though. I know of a couple cases where they might. It was wonderful chatting, Brad. I'll talk to you on your page. I'll try to find you. You can put notes to me on my page if you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I will do that. That would be great.
Okay, and I'm so glad you're getting that coursework. It's wonderful, and I'm glad you're doing better.
I am still keeping it going. Got to keep on trucking no matter what's going on.
All right. Well, I'm sending showbiz love and light and glitter to you, and I'm going to get off the phone so I can listen to Linda some more. Good night.
All righty. Good night.
Good night. Tall, cool woman. I understand your hesitation, but if you call in, I definitely welcome you to call in, and I would love to hear what you have to say, what you have to add, or I can learn from you. You can learn from me. We can learn from other callers. I'm hoping that this platform that Rick has for Six Screens is a place to be really just be kind of honest with what's going on in your head. And it's not a place of whether you're right or wrong, but just you don't get in trouble. So I just wanted to mention that. But also I understand shyness too. That can be challenging as well. The thing about a narcissist is they are a bully, and if you're living with a narcissist, I do not suggest that you try to call them on their stuff or try to bully them, because you will pay, okay? And you will be set straight by the narcissist. They will make you pay. That's just how that's going to go. But if you're dealing with one, that's not like in your life so close, that bully side of them, um, bullying back usually makes them stop. Um, and I actually discovered that on accident because I'm not a bully, but there was somebody that worked here in the apartments. He was a maintenance guy, and he would just walk by and start talking to people and pick a fight, and start yelling at them and accusing them of all kinds of stuff. And when my grandkids were here, I'm really, really big on for them not to have to hear yelling and stuff. I would literally walk outside and say, "Not today, Eric. My grandkids are here. Not today. My grandkids are here." Like I told him, you need to stop this because my grandkids don't need to hear this. And he would stop. And I thought it was out of respect for my grandkids. No, I actually went out there and told him that what he was doing is not okay. And I spoke to him like a yard duty teacher, but I didn't realize till later that I was actually not letting his bullying of somebody else to take precedence over me standing up to him. Even though he lived in these apartments, he never did anything antagonistic back to me, which if he wasn't a maintenance person, he could have. So you want to think before you say such things. But then one day, like after years and years and years of living here, my roommate was a very petite blonde woman. So I'm hearing him yelling at her, and I walk out there and I literally tell him off. And that's not what I do. But that day, what got to me was that he was a big, guy, muscles and everything, wore a flat top, badass looking dude, and he's yelling at my petite blonde roommate because she was out there with the dog. I didn't know what all was going on, but it was like I just told him off and said not to do that anymore, and then I told him to go home. I don't remember everything I said, but I was just like, had enough. And he ended up going home. He was standing actually in front of his doorway. But it's not every day I get like that. And another thing I want to mention is these kinds of narcissists can also be compared to perpetrators. And like I've said before, perpetrators need their victims much more than their victims are made to believe that they need the perpetrator. Because once the perpetrator or the malignant narcissist loses their supply, they are nobody. They are nothing without their victims. Okay? So it's very common for them to cheat because they need to have extra supply on hand in case you're not there to be their supply to feed off of. They literally get their energy from feeding off of their victims, okay? They will isolate their victims, much like the organization taught us to self-isolate. Things such as be said to, if it's a husband and a wife, the wife might get rid of all of her friends because the husband says that he doesn't like her friends. So in order to keep peace in the home, she won't hang out with her friends. And in a past relationship I was in, I was told that a certain person wants to be with me, and I didn't want to be with them, but that made me hesitate to be friends with them because I thought to myself, oh my, if my partner sees me with that person, they're already saying that that person wants me, so I'll be acting as though I want them back. So I moved away from that person. You know what I'm saying? So I got manipulated to have less and less friends. Like I thought, forsaking all others meant to be in a committed relationship. Well, I came to find out forsaking all others was like not even having any friends. I was in a situation like that, and oh my God, I couldn't even believe I was in a situation like that. But that was before I sat down and did homework on narcissism. I thought to myself, okay, I seem to be the one that is the common denominator in these relationships that I'm in with narcissists. So I wanted to know what my part was. And I don't mean it like something I did bad. What I mean it is, what was the part I played? And what I have come to realize is the organization taught me how to do the dance, how to fall in line with that orchestrated dance that the malignant narcissist or the perpetrator expects me to be in. Okay? For instance, I used to think that if I just kept planting love, that the love will eventually return to me because I kept planting it. The fact is, when you're dealing with a perpetrator, that malignant narcissist, planting love, seeds of love, is as though you are planting it on stony ground. So the ground is not equipped to bring forth the love that you planted and be able to come back to you. And they themselves aren't equipped to give it to you because it wasn't reassured in them, if this makes sense. I'm hoping it does. I'm going to look at the chat here a little bit. Yeah, I understand, Tall Cool Woman. Not a problem. Not a problem. If you ever want to look me up on Facebook, I'm there under Linda James, or even Instagram. If you go on Instagram, I believe I'm Apostababe Linda James. And if you ever want to message, we can message through there if you want to. I'm totally cool with that. And again, I really want to encourage this audience to start doing your homework in narcissism, okay? Because the more you find out about narcissism, the more you're going to understand what was happening to us when we were in the organization, and what was happening to us if we found ourselves in an abusive relationship. It helps us connect the dots. It helps us understand why we have acted the way we've acted, what part we've played in enabling it. And a lot of times people will enable it because they believe it's their way of survival, and it quite frankly might be, okay? It might be wise to do that. I get it. And nobody can tell you, you're doing it wrong. You're doing the best you can with what you have and what you know. But the more you equip yourself with understanding this kind of personality, the more empowered you're going to be as you're spending more time. If you're dealing with a narcissist on a regular basis, whether it's a partner, a parent, a boss, so it's very, very helpful. You're going to find a lot of help when you have learned about narcissists. So, yeah. And I'm looking at the chat a little bit again. Thank you, Fixing My Faith. And by the way, I love your show. And you said the other night, or I think I watched a video that might have been released 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. You're saying that you're not musically inclined. Honey, I've watched you dance. You just throw on the best music ever, and you just start rocking away. And I'm like, you go. So that's been fun. And yeah, it's been very fun watching your show, watching your channel. So if anybody's watching this, go over to Fixing My Faith, XJW, and see what you think of it. Yeah. And we've got good conversation going back and forth. Does anybody want to call in and just talk about this subject or even a different subject? I don't think I mentioned this, but I got to meet Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran. It was so fun. And Nadine ended up, she was the one that was going to pick me up, and I flaked and woke up too late. And then some other guy came and picked me up, and so I got to still see them, even though I woke up late, going, "Oh my God, I'm such a flake! I'm such a flake!" But I ended up getting to meet with them, and I was just it was so neat to see them in person, that and their demeanor was very calming, very, very calming. It was really cool. I got to meet JP, and that was really cool to see him there too. It just turned out to be a really casual, relaxing, enjoyable time, and I was thrilled to be able to meet them and the others as well. And I heard her saying something earlier about some can't mention who they were, so I'm just not going to mention everybody that was there, just to make sure, okay? So yeah, it's neat to be able to talk in a situation like this with other people that actually get what you're talking about, and why you're talking about it, and to get to see them in person is like another level of connection and stuff. And things can happen when you do meet people, like Gilbert was talking about. Somebody was suicidal, and then later on they end up trying to ruin the reputation of them. This can happen when meeting XJWs. It's on the more rarer side, but it can happen. So if you recognize some of these techniques and tactics, you'll be able to not keep yourself in the position of being able to be a victim of them, if that makes sense. You can block them off of your phone, off of Facebook, and whatever else, if you see that start to come up. Because it's important to protect yourself in a toxic situation. And like I've said before, it's very different than shunning. Shunning is something that the organization instructs their members to do to one that is disfellowshipped or disassociated, as a form of punishment, and as though to make them feel as though they're dead. They call it spiritually dead, but like you do not exist. And that's truly a form of punishment rather than, say, discipline. Okay, they call it discipline, but it's actually punishment, and it's done in such a way of publicly shaming you too, and all of that is very toxic. If you are having an experience with somebody that's being very toxic to you, like that level that Gilbert was talking about, where he was ending up being accused of being a pedophile, and I never saw that happen, but I mean, I didn't catch on to that story. But you can block them off, because meaning you can block them and step away from them, and do gray rock or no contact, because that situation is being toxic to you. Otherwise you're going to just remain there and receive their abuse. So there's a big difference between shunning as a punishment and form of public humiliation, and no contact, and gray rock, which means when they approach you or try to talk to you, you just kind of give them short answers and not act very interested. That's what gray rock is. And a narcissist will be like, "Oh, I'm not getting my supply like I used to," and that helps them to move on, because they need their supply, so they're going to find somebody else to get it from. Okay, that's how that will work, and it's a protection to you. So one is protecting yourself, the other one is public humiliation and a punishment. Okay, there's that. does anybody want to call in and talk about how their week has gone or things that have been going on with them? I'm setting one device down and looking at another. Okay. Yeah, you guys have got some good conversations going on in here. Another thing is when you see somebody else's drama going on, for me, I was more of a codependent than I am today. There was a part of me that wanted to do something to fix the drama so that things would calm down. So I used to get myself involved in it. And it wasn't a good idea, okay? So I've come to realize that it's best to leave that be. And that's what I mean for myself, is to leave it be and not get involved, because it's going to take me away from what my plans are, my purposes, things that I'm committed to cause, and it's going to distract me. So like I was talking earlier about how being a codependent is much like I'm not okay until they're okay. It's not my place to fix it. You know, if I'm literally asked by someone to help them be in the middle and help them communicate for the purpose of resolving it, you know, I might do that. I might not. But to put myself in the middle of it and try to, it's not a good idea for me. That's just what I've discovered. And I used to be prone to do that. And yeah, that's not healthy for me at all. And let me just say, I was a flaming codependent, okay? Like flaming. I could not have peace until I felt that those other people would finally settle down, you know? But that also had to do with my upbringing. And when I would experience being in trouble when I was a kid, the next thing I knew, I would get beat. So when I would see drama going on with other people, I naturally wanted to quiet that down, because my body was waiting to get beat, and it really had nothing to do with this current drama. It was from my past. You see, it triggered that in me. So fixing that over there seemed like a good idea before, but it wasn't. It's not. I've come to find that it's not. Yeah. We have been doing this show now for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Lately, there have been different things going on, and I'm trying to think of things that are going on with the organization and the courts, and I'm not real up on everything. Usually I get most of that information off of Twitter, and I haven't been on Twitter much this week at all. But I've been doing some work with resin and enjoying that. I'm looking forward to things warming up around here. This winter has been a really, really wet winter. And I am looking forward to summer happening this week. I mean, not this week, but this year. And things that are going on within the politics. I think it's very wise to pay attention to what's going on, but I just want to encourage you to not get too wound up in it, because if you get wound up in it so much so that you're not living your own life or being in the present, but you find yourself involved with worrying about what tomorrow's going to happen, what's going to happen tomorrow, then you don't get to live in the present. Okay, and try to avoid things that you come to realize is distracting you to be living in your past, or living in the future, because life goes by and you missed it. Time goes by and you've missed it because you've spent time future thinking, or spent time, too much time rather, thinking from the past. I don't mean like don't reflect, because reflecting on your past, you can actually gain wisdom from it. You can see why things happened the way they had happened with the wisdom you have today. And that's very healthy. You can plan for the future, and look forward to some things. That gives you some energy, gives you a bit of a drive to head into a certain direction, and that's healthy too. But if you have the mindset of worrying a whole lot about a apocalyptic result, then you can't enjoy this time now. Whether we can expect an apocalyptic result or not, it still takes you away from this time here, and it's not healthy. But it's wise to think about the future and think about how you would like it to be, so that you can make plans for the future. That's very wise, which is something we didn't much do when we were in the organization. And doing some planning ahead for like some retirement, or maybe life insurance, or getting things together to where when you do die, maybe your funeral will be paid for. That to me, that's a real labor of love for your family, to not have to come up with the money. If you can set things up for that, that would be such a loving and caring thing for your future. Hi, is anybody there? Seems like I hear somebody there. Did you
Yeah,
want to?
this is Tom.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Hi, good morning. I'm good. I just woke up a little while ago. I fell asleep listening to the show, and I woke up listening to the show because I have to go to work. But I just had a couple of things. One is, the weather over here. We're on the East Coast, and 2 days ago it was in the 80s, and it was kind of a shock, but we're back down to the 60s, and that's nice. And one just went off. Okay. And another one is, as far as you said, you haven't been really keeping up. There was a really interesting thing by XJW5 today, or yesterday, about a video that he found where I think it was one of the Covenant Body helpers was saying how that basically when you're talking to the governing body, it's like the voice of Jesus. I mean, I'm not sure if it was an actual governing body that said that. Did you see that?
Yes, and that was, I believe, it happened during morning worship recently.
Yeah. So, anyways, okay. So I didn't realize that you saw that. I just saw it yesterday, and it seemed like it was really new, and that was really interesting. And you guys might have covered it earlier, but
no, it's definitely worth talking about, because making a statement like listening to the direction of the governing body is akin to listening to the direction of Jesus. It's worth talking
Right.
about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a bold. They've insinuated that many times. I don't know if I ever heard it put so bluntly. But I probably have, and just it never really, affected me like it did yesterday. But yeah, so that was another thing, and that is definitely something worth talking about. Yeah.
It's alarming. It really is. It's like, wait a minute, what? The gall,
Yeah.
Wow.
And another thing I've been thinking about is people are wondering like the direction of the organization and where it's going, because they are no longer a printing company, really. They have scaled so far back on that. But then they really have been pushing the not going to college, but learning a trade and learning to, it's like they're really, really encouraging young people to become their maintenance men and their construction workers, and really using that as, that's basically what their projects and it's like they're just using these people and keeping them under control to be their little worker bees to work on their projects so they can sell more real estate. And, that's what it seems like it really has come down to. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that, or if you guys have talked about that, but that's, what do you think?
Totally agree. I totally agree. And it's very hard to know that the members are being manipulated by the deception of doing it for Jehovah. And in fact, it's simply making
they're saying we're gonna need these people in the new system, but they need them now. So that's why they're doing it. They need them now to do their work for them.
Yes, and going to trade school, I mean, this is my theory, is more of a physical service industry kind of careers. And at trade school, if you go to university, it's more thinking and more logical philosophy, psychology, using your brain, opening up your brain, learning to critically think. And that is dangerous for this organization. For students to learn how to do that.
No, I think that's 100% true. I don't think they have critical thinking and psychology and all that when you go to a trade school, do they? I mean, I don't really know what their curriculum is.
So I went to a trade school to become a cosmetologist. I never learned any critical thinking skills, and it's a service industry, more physical work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So they're doing a good job as far as that goes. And it's working. And people, I mean, even my son, he's in the construction and that's one of his goals, is to go to Bethel to help on a project, not necessarily to devote his life to Bethel, but to go and, spend time there,
absolutely
helping out. And that would be his crowning accomplishment if he could ever do that, and because of this, and because of their lowered hour requirements, he can, people are able to take advantage of that and say that they auxiliary pioneered or they pioneered, and they can still keep their jobs and still do all that because they have relaxed the standards so well, but they still get the, they still get to put that on their resume that they pioneered, and that'll help these hardworking young men and women to qualify for going to serve at, in Bethel. And
Yes.
to serve and work hard to help make the organization extra money by free labor. You know, it's quite a scam. It really is quite a scam, and to see it from our angle, and they don't see it. They really don't. They really. It's all Jehovah's blessing, and
Yes.
just the way they don't see it the other way, that they're just being scammed and used. And yeah, those are my few thoughts that I had for the day.
Thank you. Yeah, it's hard knowing that, you know, rank and file members are being manipulated and taken advantage of under the guise of doing it for Jehovah. It's really sad. And I remember believe it that way. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, I remember, you know, being part of the quick builds when they first started that.
Oh, wow.
And it was a really quite a privilege, you know, and it really was impressive, the organization, and the camaraderie, and
yes,
the people were they are wonderful people, and, you know, and everybody got along, and it was, you know, they sure do handle it well. Let's put it this way. If they still do it the same way, you really enjoy being there. It's a very good experience. You meet a lot of different people, and you know, if you're used to, you know, doing chores at home, you know, it doesn't feel like a burden. You know, you're giving your time and helping people, and you think you're doing the right thing. And if you don't realize that, you know, what you're doing is making free money for some bunch of people, I don't even know. You know, if you don't feel like you're being scammed, it's a great, wonderful opportunity. You know, because it really was pretty awesome. I took part in several of them, you know, and every one of them was a great experience. You know, as a young man. So, you know, they have it down. They know what people need to hear, and it's quite a scam.
I have never been involved in that, but I would imagine that it's a really cool bonding experience, you know, to be with fellow Jehovah's Witnesses, putting something together, you know, all getting along, working as a team. And when it's done, you can look at it and go, we did this, we did that. You know, we put up our place of worship, or a place of worship for somebody else, you know, to advance the kingdom. I would think that would just feel wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
It was. And especially back then, people had never heard of that happening, you know. On a Friday, you get there, and there's nothing. Like maybe there's a you know, all the concrete is poured and everything, but there's no wood on the ground. You know, no wood. All the wood is in stacks. And then when you leave on Sunday, the place was all carpeted, wired, painted, and finished. You know,
sounds pristine.
It was quite a, you know, and we felt it was quite a witness to at least the local area. People would drive by. There would be newspaper articles. There would be, you know, interviews, and it was quite an amazing task that they actually did perfect. It seems like to, you know, that's pretty impressive. Actually, it just wasn't heard of. You know, usually if somebody's building a house, it takes, you know, the whole summer or something. You know,
right?
True, but this was, you know, all free labor, and everything is done from. It was just pretty amazing. So yeah, they've got it pretty much down pat, and it was really neat to be a part of the beginning of that. That was nice. And honestly, that was a really good experience.
I would think so.
I regret none of that. So,
I would miss that too. And I've heard that if you're involved in something like that, it can go towards some of your hours, monthly hours that you would turn in for your time.
really, they didn't say anything about that back then, but that would be that would make sense that they should do that.
Okay.
But they also should allow you to put hours for helping widows and orphans, but they don't think of that. Only if it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think that?
You would think, yeah.
Helping widows and orphans. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what Jesus told us to do. So.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I know someone who's an XJW who went to a local church and kind of explained her situation, and that church said, "We consider you as a a widow, and we're going to serve you this way, and we plan on doing this for you and that for you and that for you." It's like, wow, this was a church, in Christendom.
Yeah.
It's like, wow.
Yeah. Actually doing what Jesus said to do.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on my first cup of coffee. I got to get going, get ready for work.
Sure. How did your first couple of weeks go back? Now that you're back at work?
Great.
Oh,
Going great. Going great. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
For a while, and then we're going to go back to normal. But we got a high pressure airport job to working on. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. It's good. That's why I haven't been on lately. Been able to talk, but
that's what I figured. And you're gone all week, and you come home to the family. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Crazy. I love it though. It's better than, I don't know. It's like taking advantage of the opportunity to make that extra money. Because that's what makes our lives sometimes a little easier. And then when we, sometimes having that extra money just helps, and it relieves a lot of pressure. So
yeah,
that's kind of nice to, when you living hand to mouth, having that opportunity once in a while and taking advantage of it. It's not like, I have to quit my job and go to the meetings, and I would if I was a witness. I would not be able to have this job because it gets in the way of the meetings.
Meetings, absolutely.
This job. Yeah, but I love my job, and it's not unreasonable. It's only once in a while that it's this demanding, and it's worth it, once in a while. Yeah. So, anyways, I hope you have a great week.
Thank you.
And hopefully I can tune in next week.
Okay.
And thank you for all that you do, Linda. You're very devoted, and I don't understand how you guys can do this every week. You and Britt, and it's such a sacrifice that you do. Because I know there's no way this is easy, and that you guys, think about it. You must just do it because you love people and you want to help people, and that's your motivation. I don't understand how there's no other motivation, because it's not like you're getting paid,
No, I don't.
So,
and I don't need to. I'm so happy to be able to be in this position to get to host this show called Healing After the Watchtower. I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. And I had no idea how much I was going to love it, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. Really, really enjoying it.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. You are my favorite apostate still.
Yay! Yay! That's so cool.
I love that. I love that label. That's awesome.
And I'm trying to diffuse such negativeness that's associated with apostate. and how ugly the org has made it.
You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. And all the people that come on is so many good-hearted people. I really enjoy listening to this show, to the whole thing. I wish I could listen to the whole thing, but it genuine, really good people. And whenever there's a somebody difficult, everybody chimes in and says, "Hey, man, that's enough of that," and it really, it's really cool, and
yeah,
it's nice. I mean, can you imagine a Jehovah's Witness actually doing this? What you're doing? I don't think they were counting their time.
Yeah.
I mean, do you get to turn in a time report? No, but it's just, no. I really appreciate you guys' hard work, and even though maybe there's not that many people that can stay up all night and listen, if I can't listen, I try to catch it during the week on YouTube, and
I keep hearing that a lot from people, that they'll listen to it the next day or throughout the week, and that's really encouraging to me. That is so cool to hear about that.
Yeah, and I look forward to it, and I really enjoy listening to the different people too that call in, and there's so many struggling, good-hearted people that have been touched by the tentacles of the Watchtower, and their lives are difficult because they've lost their family and their friends, but they have a place to talk and unwind and get this off their chest, and to try to come to grips with all the crap that life has thrown at them because of this stupid organization. But anyways, good job, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. And since you said touched by the tentacles, I wanted to show people this necklace that I received. It's an octopus, and Rick and Susan sent it to me, touched by the tentacles, and I think it's just so cool. So I received this as a gift from them. It's a really cool piece of jewelry that I like to wear for the show. Sometimes I remember to put it on, sometimes I don't. But I hear what you're saying. It's so fascinating. All those suction cups, the octopuses are amazing. But when you're getting sucked up by, or they're hoovering like the Hoover vacuum cleaner, then it's scary. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, and thank you for all that you do again. All right, have a good day.
You too. That's cool. So I wanted to say the phone number. The phone number is 727-731-6701. So I'm inviting people to call in and either stay on the subject of narcissism or bring up a different subject that you'd like to talk about. We can talk about your week. We can talk about things that have happened in the past. But the phone number to call in is 727-731-6701. And again, that is 727-731-6701. You're welcome to call in, and we can talk about any subject, that you'd like, unless I disapprove, which I might, but more than likely I won't. We'll just see how that goes. Again, the number is 727-731-6701 to call in and talk with me, talk about whatever's on your mind, things that you'd like to talk about. Sometimes during the week, people might have an epiphany, and an epiphany is something where it's like, how you've seen like in cartoons where the light bulb will go on top of somebody's head, like they got an idea. An epiphany is like that, but even greater. Okay. it's like, wow, okay, you put it all comes together and it now makes sense in a more spectacular way. So sometimes things that people in society at large are pretty much familiar with or not, when we get it, it's huge. It's huge. It's like really huge. And sharing it with someone that is part of society at large might not be that big of a deal, but amongst ourselves, where we know that we're coming from a place of being socially stunted and making an attempt to grow and learn things socially that are socially acceptable, and this is part of the healing because we were stunted in the organization, so we're trying to develop socially. We're trying to catch up to where we could be. These are huge milestones at times when we get what is called an epiphany. Interestingly enough, the Catholic Church has a day of Epiphany, which is January 6th. Yeah, January 6th. So that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, tonight I really, 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 really wanted to talk narcissism. And I think I'm going to talk a little bit more about narcissism because it 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 has helped me so much, so much in my healing. For me to understand why things were done with me as I was growing up in this organization, and it makes sense now. It wasn't as it was said that it was. It was how a narcissist would act, and then try to gaslight you and try to make you seem like there's something wrong with you. This was a constant reality of growing up in the organization. I was also on tactical alert all the time because of the fear indoctrination, because Armageddon could come any day now. And I knew that Jehovah God didn't approve of me because I wasn't able to follow all the rules, especially the unattainable, the ones that are not attainable, that are not able to be followed. And then there was rules I had no idea about. I also didn't know or understand the dynamics of what made someone spiritually weak. And I've come to realize that the situation I grew up in with my mother and my sister going to the Kingdom Hall on a regular basis, and not my father. He would go sometimes, and then he got baptized in 1975, and then he didn't stay in very long. I've come to realize that we were looked upon as being spiritually weak. So it helps me understand why I didn't have many friendships within the congregation. So this whole you're not supposed to associate with outsiders of Jehovah's Witnesses, and then within the organization, I didn't have many friendships either. It was a very lonely existence growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, because there were so many situations that we were not to take part of in the secular world, and then many situations within the congregation that we were not invited to be part of. So I would find out later that certain things had happened and they had gotten together and we were not invited, and that's just that was a normal thing, getting to know some of the ways that the Shepherd the Flock of God book and the way that they taught the elders how to handle certain situations has been very enlightening to me as well. And I think one of the things that bothers me the most is that when somebody is disfellowshipped, the congregation is told that they were disfellowshipped because they were not repentive. They were not repentant, okay? And so when we look at them, we think, okay, they've done something wrong. It was a sin of some sort, and they weren't repentive. Gosh, evidently they deserve to be disfellowshipped, right? When in actuality, they have a couple of things that are criteria for certain things, such as if you come to the elders with something you've done and you confess it, depending on how long it was from the time you had done the sin and how many times you've done the sin since you went to confess it, they could declare it a practice. And I've come to find that if it's done 3 times, it's considered a practice. So it's not one of those situations where you kind of just found yourself doing a sin and not planning on it. You find yourself in a situation like that, but once it gets to a practice, then they're telling the person that's getting disfellowship that that's like their character, and so they declare them unrepentant and disfellowshipped, right? And depending on how many people know about the situation, will it be a public or private reproof? One of the first things that are asked is how many people know about this, and if it was pretty much nobody knows, then there can be a private reproof situation that could happen. If someone is raped, or if there's CSA within the congregation, victims are asked if they screamed, and if they didn't scream, they're declared a willing participant. I never knew this, but that's like one of their things that they can do, and they literally have paperwork that asks that question and a place to mark it in, like they were a compliant participant. It's just bizarre. So finding out these little things helps me make sense of things. For instance, I was put on public reproof when I was 16, but I was never talked to by the elders. And so that they never took me to the back room and questioned me. But I remember being put on public reproof, and I did not realize until about 3 years ago that what really happened was the elders went to my mother to have my mother ask me questions, and my answers that I gave to my mother were then taken back to the elders, and that's how they came up with the conclusion that they did to put me on public reproof. Now, I did not know that my mother was asking for the elders. I actually thought I was having a conversation with my mother, and it was between her and I. Oh no. I was being asked.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you, Linda. That's so sad.
Thank you, Grace. How are you?
Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so sad. It's like it's a trust between you and your mother, and they broke it. I mean.
Yeah, and I can understand too that she was just being a devoted Jehovah's Witness, following the directions of the elders. Yeah, it's
yes, I can understand that also. But I mean, they violated your relationship to your mother. I mean, I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying that they did it.
Yes, I agree. It doesn't.
I think there are a lot of things going on in the organization. It's the leading. It's not the regular member that does anything wrong. It's the leaders, and that they push people into doing crazy things. So
that is so true. That is so true. If an elder, if they have a child that goes to university, they have to step down as an elder. They do not get to keep their position as an elder. They will lose that position. So, growing up as a child of an elder, they have this unfair burden on them that their behavior can affect the standing of their father, which I think is horrible. Really, really horrible.
I mean, is this still going on, or was that before?
It is to control the behavior of elders' children. And
Yes,
they
I understand, but is this a rule? This rule you're talking about, is it still going on?
I believe so. It might have changed, but last I heard, it's still going on. So, not only is university education discouraged if an elder's child goes to university, or anybody in their immediate family that lives in their home, that elder is expected to step down. Yeah. Which is horrible. Really, really horrible, you know. But they have promoted to go to a trade tech. Tom was talking about that earlier, that they have encouraged going to a trade tech. But if you're going to go to university to be a to get into to be an architect, or I forget, there's a few different things that they're too high of advanced education. Definitely not a doctor. That would be putting in too much time. So yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. Here in Sweden, like if you're going to be a nurse, you have to go to the university also.
Yes, but it would be less time than if you were going to be a doctor. So they want to encourage you to be a nurse rather than a doctor, because it's like a jealous boyfriend. It's like, don't spend too much time being engaged. Just get her done, get married, and then get on your way of being dedicated to us. And then the whole don't spend too much time in college. You need to get back at giving the organization attention. It's like that to me. How did you get involved in the organization? Were you born into it, or were you recruited?
Well, I just decided to not tell anything about myself, but I will answer you now anyway. It was my best friend who talked to me all the time that I should study. So.
Okay. My mother had a friend that told her about it. When she heard about it, she's like, that sounds great. So that's a way that my mom was recruited. And it also helped her get out of some things that she didn't want to take part in anymore. And the way that organization represented itself, it showed these wholesome families and things that my mother didn't experience growing up. So I could see why she would look at that and find that really attractive. That she's looking at propaganda that is the desire of her heart. So when I think about how my mother's childhood was, and how she never really had that full family, because she was raised by her dad and not both parents, that I can see the desire that my mother would have when seeing articles and stuff of family life and everything, that would be very attractive to her. And this organization talks about promoting that. So yeah, I can see that.
There are just things that I think about when you said that, because this was a long time ago, obviously. But I mean, an elder's wife, she was at my place, and people, if you have friends, they maybe look at your LPs or CDs, or just look at the music. I mean,
Hmm.
I didn't know her too much. Just I was not feeling she was a real friend of mine, you know. But she started to go through my records, and I was like, oh. And I didn't realize it at the time, but she was judging me actually.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if she wants me to, why didn't she just tell me these records are not accepted in the organization? I mean,
Yeah.
instead of just blaming me. I mean, if it was her own daughter, I am sure she would have told her. I mean,
Yes.
that's a vicious thing to do, just sneaking up on people. And I was thinking about something else now.
Did she end up?
I mean, and she even asked me because I wanted to get baptized and I was working really hard to get baptized. And, you know, I was like a Stepford wife. I had everything was clean. I baked cookies, everything. I did everything. I was singing. I answered the microphone. I asked them, can I go out as an unbaptized publisher?
Yeah.
Everything. I mean, you look at Stepford Wives, and that's a picture of me, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she said this to me. That why do you want to get baptized? I mean, and then if you don't know the correct answer, and I didn't know what she wanted me to answer. I mean, and I mean, what is the correct answer? I mean, maybe you know, Linda. If so, tell me.
For me, when I was studying to get baptized, and by the way, I never was baptized because I never made it through the studying part. But for me, my idea of getting baptized was making a commitment to Jehovah, um, and it would be a public declaration of my already made commitment to God. You know, much like when somebody gets married, they're already in love, and then they have um, a public event that they share their vows and um, publicly express their commitment and around other people. You know, it was very similar to that, is what I thought of it as. So I thought of it as you already have it in your heart first and then you get baptized, meaning your dedication. That's how I saw it. So I saw it as a reflection of the dedication that one already has um, for God.
But but if that is the correct answer, they must have already seen that I was dedicated.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a trick question. This is the same one that was looking through your music.
Yes.
Did she ever report anything about your music to somebody else to where the elders spoke to you about it?
Well, I don't know, but she was an elder's wife, and I guess it is the elders that decide ultimately if you can get baptized. So, well, I guess I could say yes. I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, I guess she was instrumental. I guess perhaps she even gossiped about me, but I never. Back at the day, I mean, I thought it was like a normal person, but I thought she's not my friend. Why is she going through my records? But some people just think they are your friend. Like,
Yep.
I
And
feel like she was like an acquaintance, not a friend. That's the difference.
yes, yes. Did she even ask your permission to
I think
look?
lots of, huh?
Did she even ask your permission to look through your music? Or did she just start doing it?
She started doing it. And another elder's wife, you know what she did? She ran into my bedroom.
What?
Yes.
For what? Like,
Oh,
did
they're
she-
just nosy, crazy people. And I mean, I told her maybe you're from the country and maybe that's what you do in the country, but we live in the city here and I don't run into your bedroom. So why are you running into mine?
Wow. Wow. You know, when you stand too close to somebody, it's called standing in their bubble. And if you're in line at the supermarket, you know, there's an understanding that if you stand too close to somebody that's in line, you're in their bubble. That's a line you should not cross. It's inappropriate, right? But I was a hairdresser, and people would come that I never met before. They would sit down in my chair, and I would go into their bubble, right? But they already had the mindset that what they were going to do, I would be going into their bubble. I would be touching them appropriately for that service. But if I was in line with that same person at the market, me going into their bubble was not okay. That would be crossing a boundary that I don't belong in. So this person thinking that it's okay to go in your room is just so bizarre. We don't even know we have the right to have a boundary within the organization. Like, boundaries, what's that? It's just, they will cross them with ease. And they're really unacceptable things. Like, just to go in your room, that's bizarre. Wow. And she didn't ask you if she could go in there?
No. She didn't ask me. I was running in there. And, I mean, I had already set the table where we were supposed to, and we were, like, you know, when you put coffee and you put things on the table, and here is where we're going to sit, I mean.
Yeah. My goodness. That just, wow. That's just so wrong. Another thing I've noticed about the organization is there's many pictures, even in literature, where you will see people witnessing to someone who's in the middle of working, doing a job. Like, you'll notice that they have their apron on and they have their broom in hand and maybe holding their gloves or something, and that they pause from their job to listen to them give the good news. This is a common thing that you'll see in the literature. In society at large, you don't go to somebody's job and interrupt them to do this. It's you don't do that. You know what I mean? It's not acceptable. It's not socially acceptable to do that, because they're on the job. You know what I mean? But elders will sometimes show up to someone's job if they have something to say to them. Maybe they've been trying to get in touch with them and it hasn't worked. They'll show up on the job and ask for them and try to talk to them at work or call them at their job. This is not okay.
It's crossing a boundary, yes. But I just wanted to clarify that I didn't say anything on the actual study. I called her afterwards and told her what she has done. So she didn't have to feel embarrassed in front of the other lady, because there were two ladies.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't tell people up front if someone else is listening. So if I can avoid it, I deal with it later.
Right, so that you didn't look like you were reprimanding her.
Exactly, not in public.
And that's very thoughtful, actually. It's very thoughtful. Very thoughtful. Now,
But
were
I
you?
want to get into this also narcissistic. It's very interesting. But I just wanted to say a couple of things because a friend of mine worked in, some mental hospital where they try to commit suicide and things. And this person was just like, I couldn't say, they just take everything, so they have a other perspective. So they say, oh, you're so healthy, or you're doing so good, you're so fine, oh, you're so. And I mean, I couldn't say, and if I had a small problem, I wouldn't even mention it. I was just trying to forget it because I felt like I can't say anything to this person because they think unless you're trying to commit suicide, it's not a problem, you know.
Are you saying that?
Different perspective.
Are you saying that the elders went to visit her in the hospital?
This had nothing to do with the elders. I'm talking about yes, you said you could talk about things what have happened in your week and things.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it was like a different perspective. Like you're doing fine. You're not trying to commit suicide. That was the. So if you have the small problem, like I just said, I didn't mention it to this person. I just felt it was no use. And
Wow.
Also, yesterday evening, I went to visit my. We have known each other since I was 7 years old. So I went to visit her yesterday, and she also has multiple sclerosis. Yes.
Okay.
I think, was it Eric's brother or in the red pill? I don't know. I thought it was him. So anyway, and she's she can't move her arms or her legs. She's in a really bad shape, you know.
Yes. Yes.
So,
it gets to that point.
I'm not sure how long she can carry on because she's in. There are other health issues with her also. That's because of this disease. So that's why I don't think she will be around forever. But I hope she will be around, but I just don't see it. But anyway, you know, in all these years, she was very young when she got sick, you know. She was like maybe 18, 19 or something. I don't really remember, but it's a very, very long time ago.
Okay.
And all these years, I haven't heard her complain, you know. Like, she hardly ever complains, you know.
Right.
It's like, if you meet, I'm not saying it's just men, but some men can be like that. They are complaining all the time. But this perspective of her almost never complaining about anything, it makes my world, there's like, I see the world different because of her also. Like, well, come to me when you have real problems, or like, that's a little bit I see like her, I think.
Yeah.
Because
I understand.
I have this comparison, but I think that person who works in the mental hospital, this was worse because that I couldn't even say anything. This is a girl I can talk to about normal things. There's another thing that I like about her, and that's if I have a situation. Everybody has a situation sometimes in the life. and she acts normal towards me. She doesn't say anything weird or strange or like she's. I guess she's not Jehovah's Witness, so that says it all. I guess. No, but I'm just kidding now. I mean, she's not an elder's wife. I mean, she acts normal, and for me, that's. I didn't really realize this from the beginning, but now as I got older, I just come to realize there is so much value that somebody can just act normal.
Yes.
And I mean, it's not just Jehovah's Witness. I mean, it can be Salvation Army, it can be Swedish Free Church, it can be Swedish National Church. I mean, acting weird, saying weird things, and I mean, hello, can you be a little normal? I mean, it's not too much to ask, but I just feel like they are grown ups and they can't act normal. I don't know the word. Is it flabbergasted or something?
Right.
I can't believe this. Why can't people just act normal? And I mean, this narcissistic that you're talking about, and this also gaslighting is a part of it. I'm really interested in this. It's really interesting, Emna. So I'm so happy you're bringing this up. So I will listen to you now for a while.
Okay. I have a friend too that works at a psychiatric place, and she, I can bring up anything and she's never shocked, you know. and I do consider that because of her education, and she has worked on herself. In her childhood, you know, there was a lot of trauma, and so she's chosen to work on herself to heal, and I can tell she's put the work in. You know, she's admitted to me that she, like, at certain times that we've, you know, over the time that I've gotten to know her, she will say things like, you know, I'm really working on my anger issues, trying not to get so angry. You know, she'll easily say that to me. And over the years, I've actually seen her really get better at not getting so easily angered. You know, so it's really neat for her to say that to me, and then to see the growth in her, and to be so honest about it. People don't usually admit to some things things such as that, you know, and other things too, you know. So depending on, I just really, really believe that this week, if you choose to, I just want to encourage you to go to Google, go to YouTube, and in the search box, you know, write in there narcissistic or narcissist, and see what comes up, or narcissistic abuse. And what'll happen is you'll put in narcissist, and all these other options will come up underneath them. Whatever looks good, just point at it. See what, you know, point at it. Just pick at that one, and you'll see a few videos of different people talking about narcissism, and you'll listen to them talk, and some, you know, some it's enjoyable to listen to them. You can connect with them. Some of them you might not, and you don't have to. Others, you know, so pick and choose what is comfortable for you to listen to, as far as what they're saying, and if it rings true to you. But learning these things are just, when you start to understand what flying monkeys are. For instance, sometimes I would just be avoiding my mother. Okay. Well, the next thing you know, I've got people from all over giving me a call going, your mom wants to talk to you. So she sent out the flying monkeys to come and tell me that she needs to talk to me, and that I should be calling her. You know, That's an example of sending the flying monkeys. People that, if you're going to leave a narcissistic relationship, hoovering, like the Hoover vacuum cleaner, they will be like, oh hell no, because they see you as if you are their possession. They own you, okay? And they're not going to let other people take you away from them, nor yourself take yourself away from them. They own you. You are a possession of theirs, just like their car or any other thing, okay? You're there to be, like I said earlier, like to be an accessory, to make them look good, for the way they want to present themselves, whether they care about you or not. You can be, a wife and have some kids, and the narcissist might even not spend any time with you and neglect you a lot, but they'll use the fact that they have, say it's a man, they'll use the fact that they have a wife and kids, when they try to go to their boss and maybe try to get a raise or something. They'll conveniently use yourself as the wife and the kids, and play on the obligation of others. So the wife and children are not necessarily kept around because they enjoy being, say, a father and a husband, but rather you're good for them because they can use you to benefit them. Okay, see the difference? Because that's really what it is.
I understand.
Yeah, and as soon as you are not willing to be their source of feeding off of them, they're going to find somebody else quickly, because they need that. They absolutely need that for survival. And if you're not willing to be that feeding source for them, they got to find somebody else. And that's what I was talking about regarding they will cheat a lot. Not necessarily because it's a moral, they're immoral. It's more about, it's the way they're thinking is for their survival. Okay. And they're going to go do the same thing with them. They're going to love bomb them. They're going to mirror them. So they're going to behave in the same way that person behaves, mirroring them. And they'll go through that with their next victim, but they themselves will tell that victim eventually, when they have spent their time love bombing them and mirroring them, later on down the road, they'll be telling that person, you're lucky to even have me, you're lucky I'm your mate, and over time they will take away your family and your friends in very unique ways. They'll get in fights with your parents or your siblings, and in order to make peace, you kind of just, they expect you to put them first in every area of your life, and so you end up discarding some people that you were once close to in order to make peace with your partner. So over time, you're actually isolated, and what really helps what really helps when someone is isolated is that the information they receive while in isolation is very limited. So that covers information control. So you're not getting information from friends and family anymore. You're only getting, they get it down to the point of you're only getting information from them only. So they're the ones in your head. They're the ones saying all these different things, whether they were caring or whether they were dismissive, degrading, like you don't matter anymore, where they blame you for some of the things they've done, projection, blame shifting. And it's hard, even after you leave a partner like that, to get rid of what they've told you in your head, because it will be there still even after you leave. And that's also the same with the organization. When we leave, there's still a lot of that we were taught and we were told that remains with us. So over the time that we're healing, we can let go of some of that. We can let go of some more of that, because the reason that they said all those things was to make sure your self-esteem was very low. If you were the confident person,
I have a question about this.
sure.
Because I'm not sure it's a good question, but I'm just going to put it out there, because when I studied with the Jehovah's Witness, she said she was my spiritual mother. Like I had a biological mother and then I had a spiritual mother. And she claimed to be my spiritual mother. I mean, I heard something, I don't know if it was on the red pill, and they were talking about that the organization itself, I mean the biggv.org, claimed to be spiritual mother. Or where have you heard that? I mean, I don't know.
I grew up with the organization being called Mother. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's doing it in a certain way where it almost sounds like she's replacing your biological mother, but she's putting it in the area of spiritual. So spiritually, she would be your mother in anything that has to do with the organization, how you're being taught. You were saying that she was your Bible study conductor, the one that led Bible study with you?
Yes.
Yeah. Usually, see, to me, it's more acceptable for me to say, come to you or somebody else. I would be the one that would adopt someone and tell them, will you be my spiritual sister or my spiritual mother? I would be adopting them to be that way. And that's what I did with Fran and Joe. I started calling them Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran, and they let me. They just let me. So I came to them and kind of did that, and they were okay with it. But if they came to me and told me they were my spiritual uncle and my spiritual aunt, it just feels wrong. It's they're putting themselves in a position that's above me, whereas I've asked them if they could be in that position. It's very different. It seems like an intrusion on you, and it's in a leadership position. Mother. You don't want to not follow the directions of your mother. You know what I mean?
But then you choose it yourself, then it's very different. Here, she told me she was my spiritual mother.
That is presumptuous of her, in my opinion. My kids had friends in their lives that would call me mama, mom, and I was okay with it. And it meant it was a term of affection, but everybody knew I wasn't their biological mom. Everybody knew I was just a stand-in while they're not with their mom. And I always knew their mother's phone number. You know what I mean? So I was like second, mom number 2 or whatever. Their mom was always number 1. And I always made sure that they knew that. Like I never tried to pull rank as though I had more authority over their biological parents, But it was a compliment to me, so I liked that. And sometimes I'll meet people. This a couple of them have got kids growing up, and they'll still call me that, and I appreciate it. But I didn't go to them and tell them that I'm your mom. I'm mom number 2. That's very presumptuous to take that role. I don't much care for that.
I agree with you. I can't agree with you.
I think the phone got disconnected.
We'll get it back on, Linda.
Okay.
Welcome into the live Six Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press R now. Otherwise, please wait, and you will please enter your PIN. Thank you. There are 4 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
Can you hear me? Hello?
All
Hi.
participants are muted, and they can unmute themselves.
Unmute yourself, Tom. Hit *6.
Unmuted.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, are you? Is Linda back?
Yeah, I got disconnected.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just gonna try to fill up some of the airspace while you were gone.
Thank you so much. That is so cool. Thank you. Sorry about that, Grace. I got disconnected. Last thing I heard you say was that you agreed with me about the presumptuousness of someone telling you that they're your spiritual mother rather than you choosing them
I
as your
think
spiritual
Tom wanted to say something also.
Tom, I only, while Linda was gone, I was going to, converse with it. Basically, my ex-wife was a nurse, and then when she became one of Jehovah's Witnesses, that's when it really showed. And yeah, so everything that Linda is saying, I lived. And as soon as I left and had no more control of me, she did the same to our kids. So yeah, that narcissist thing, well experienced with that, and it was a terrible, terrible experience. So, but anyways, you guys keep talking. I didn't really want to interrupt. So. Okay.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that a lot. When a narcissist goes into the narcissistic rage, which I've experienced a lot from my mother will decide that I've done something and then decide she knows the intention behind what I did and then, tell me off. And it's never pretty. So I have, on many occasions, apologized for what I did not do and requested her forgiveness for something I did not do so that she would stop. That's something that is not uncommon for an abuse victim of a narcissist who decides things are a certain way. Their illusion or delusion of what reality is. And if you don't see it in the manner that they do, you will be informed otherwise. You will be coerced to be convinced that it is that way. And then you are to apologize. Okay. I could have decided not to, but then the rage would have gone on for another couple of 2-3 hours. And I could not bear it. So I apologized for the things that my mother decided that I thought and decided that I did. And that's what I did for.
But I think you were smart in a way, because otherwise you would lose a big chunk of your life. I mean, in a way, I think it was smart. I think you did the right thing, because otherwise you would occupy more of your time torturing you mentally, I mean, or psychologically. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. The last time she hit me, I was 25 years old, pregnant with my second child. That was the last time she hit me. And the only reason that was the last time is because I chose to hit her back. And I did. I hit her back on her upper arm, and then I went ballistic. I yelled and screamed at her, called her the same names she had called me over the years, and then told her if she ever laid a hand on me again, I would kick her ass. And she never has. Okay? Never has since then. But that's not my usual nature. You know what I'm saying? It was like I really was trained to respect her and to take the abuse and the beatings and everything. And like I never even considered going to the elders and saying my mother's abusing me, nor call CPS. I don't even think I knew it existed and tell CPS that my mother's abused me. I did not know that I was being abused. I knew about scripture in the Bible that says, you to beat your, to spank them, to spank your children, and spare the rod, save the child. So I didn't even realize I was being abused, is what I'm saying. It was just a normal Tuesday for me. And I used to have, like, in my arms, where my mother she's got beautiful natural nails, and she would grab me on the inside of my arm, and her nails would literally go into my skin. We could be at the store, we could be at the meeting, any place, and then she'd pull her nails out, and I would be like shocked looking at these curves, and then I would see them turn red. I don't recall it ever being like blood dripped out of them. I just remember them turning red. And for years I had scars of her nails on the insides of my arms. For years. Even into my early 20s, I can recall still having the scars. I don't have them now. So this was just a common thing that I received,
I mean, it's horrible that nobody reacted in the Kingdom Hall. They must have seen what she did.
And that, so I was born in 1964, so mid 60s, late 60s, early 70s, and that was a time in the Kingdom Hall that kind of stuff was okay. About 5 years after that, there was wooden spoons. There was the wooden spoons, okay? All the kids were being spanked with the wooden spoons. So it was a place of abuse that I didn't know was abuse. It was simply my existence. That's what happened, But so
I mean, isn't it still legal in? Is it still legal in United States to spank children? I think, or
I'm not real clear on it. I believe that it is not accepted like it used to be. But depending on state to state, I'm not real clear on what that is. But because I used to experience so much fighting and stuff in the home I grew up in, like my mother, I used to watch her beat on my dad, okay? And my dad would simply block her. I never saw my dad hit my mother back. she would be beating on him, and he would be blocking her, So that would just happen whenever it happened, right?
Mm.
Um,
If I remember correctly, I think Sweden, it was illegal in Sweden 1966.
Okay.
I have some information on that for New Hampshire.
Okay. Let's hear that.
Okay. It must have been probably 10 years ago. My new wife had problems with one of her daughters, and the daughter called human services or whatever, and so that woman came to their house and pulled out their the law book and said and read that it is legal to punish your children with up to a 2x4, up to and including a 2x4. Can you spank your children in New Hampshire? That was like 10 years. And as long as you're not causing permanent, harm, but just spank, you can. It's in New Hampshire, and I don't think they've changed it since. But I know, it's definitely not acceptable as far as socially, but the law books still had that on 10 years ago, which is kind of drastic, but it definitely, emboldened a lot of parents, not change, I guess.
Yeah. Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
That's
I remember my spiritual mother, or what she told me she had spanked one of her children, and she actually claimed that the child needed it.
Well, yeah.
But I mean, there was nothing I could do because she was already. I mean, she had moved out, so none of her children were still living at home, so I couldn't do anything. I mean, it was too late, and
So she spanked one of her biological children when they were underage or under 18?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Spanking is very, very common.
I don't know. Maybe. I have no clue. Maybe they taught her it in the organization. I don't know. But it's probable. What would you say? Spare the rod, spoil the child, or what?
Yes. That's what I grew up on. That kind of mindset, and it was called discipline. Yeah. It was called discipline. My kids will tell you today that I never laid a hand on them. And I'm going to tell you, I was able to talk to them and come up with reasoning and give them other consequences that were negative, okay? But they'll all tell you I did not do that to them. And I really had a fear that if I started to, that I would turn into my mother. I feared this. But I also thought that it was wrong too. I don't remember the lessons I learned from the spankings I got. I just don't. And it seemed like there was a time that after every meeting, I got spanked. Like after every meeting for like years. It was horrible. But that was my reality, and that was, I believed, what God expected my parents to do. I did not know I could stand up for myself. I didn't, at all. But yeah. So the reason I'm mentioning these things is there's other things that are abusive that we as ex-witnesses might not even know is abusive, you know. So when you learn more about a narcissist or a sociopath or psychopath and the things that they do to their victims, you might come to find that some of that stuff was done to us within the organization or was encouraged for our parents to do to us, because they put the burden and the responsibility on the parents to raise up a child in the way they should go. And the way they should go is to become a baptized Jehovah's Witness. There is no other option at all as far as the way they should go. And if the child does not become a baptized member, the parents will be considered looked upon very negatively, and more so even the mother. You know, they really put most of that on the mother. But so that's why I think it's really healthy to learn these things. So, and again, like I was saying before, it's not so much the doctrines or theology that differentiates a destructive and abusive cult from another or a regular religion. It's the techniques and tactics that make them designate them as a cult. And I know some people are into the apologetics, which is a form of, defending the faith, and they will speak doctrine and encourage someone to go towards mainstream Christianity. And that's their idea of helping them come out of a cult. And that's their way, and that's what they do. But for me, I take a different approach of basically the techniques and tactics. And so that you can learn them, so I can relearn. I have to be reminded of them all the time, because my norm is that it wasn't abuse and it was just an ordinary Tuesday to me. That's just what an ordinary Tuesday was like for me. So when I got in other relationships later on, as I was growing up, and they turned abusive, I can now look back and go, no wonder, I was groomed to be in abusive relationships. Okay. And
Yes.
the dance I was taught to do, in other words, comply with them, be a part of that dance of abusing me. I was taught to do that and remain in it, And today, I don't have that mindset. When I recognize the things, I don't have the mindset that I used to have, like I was going to remain in it for years and be all faithful. No. No. It happens sooner that I easily can get out of that relationship. When I say easily, I mean more easily than I did in the past. I more easily recognize the signs. Sometimes there's when I would recognize it, sometimes it would take me 6 months to leave. Sometimes it would take me another 3 years. Okay, so however long it takes, and you know how you've heard about battered spouse syndrome. It takes about 9 times out of 10 times of them leaving the spouse that batters them, and to fully stay out rather than going back. So out of the 10 times, they're going to go back to the abusing spouse. That's what happened with cults. About 7 out of 10 go back.
How much out of 10 times you said? How much?
For abusive partners, 9 out of 10 times they'll go back to the abusive partner. And with the cults, it's like 7 out of 10 times they'll go back to the cult. So it's not uncommon. Or they'll find themselves in another cult. So that's you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
The healing and recognizing takes time, and the more wisdom you get, the shorter amount of time you will be in it, if that makes sense.
Yes. But I mean, I changed my phone number into a secret phone number, so they can't call me anymore.
I love it. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. That falls under the category of taking care of yourself and protecting yourself from a toxic situation, which is very different than shunning. Yes. Good for you. Good for you.
But if somebody calls on my door that hasn't made an appointment, then I don't open the door.
Mm-hmm. We don't have to. We do not have to open the door. And that's actually kind of hard for some people, because if you were raised or spend any amount of time in the organization and you've been trained to follow their directions, whatever that be, if they knock on a door, you might feel over compelled to go obediently answer the door. But in actuality, they have no jurisdiction over you. You don't have to answer the door if they knock on your door at all.
I mean, if somebody wants to say something to me, they can just leave me a letter. I mean, that's how I see it, that if it's important, they will leave me a letter.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's a routine that elders will go through. Certain steps, they'll text or send a letter that you have to sign. I forget what that's called. Basically, it says you've signed it so that they know that you received it. They would invite you to a, judicial committee meeting and give the date and the time and stuff. And then, showing up at your job is not on the strategic, not on that label. I don't believe it's on that. I think that's above and beyond. But maybe it is. They have all these different steps that they take. And then once they're done with these steps, they've exhausted all the steps that they would take.
Mm.
I think what bothers me the most about elders showing up at your job and taking a few minutes to talk to you is they can say whatever they can say to you, and you at your job have to just take it in stride. And they might say stuff that really upsets you, but you can't react back because you're still on the premises of your place of business. So overreacting is unlikely because you're being professional, because you're on the job. So you can be told some really horrendous things, and you choose to take it to not get a consequence from your job. But
But I mean, I'm usually I am slow in reacting, even if I could react. I react later, even if it's not on the job or anything, even if it's not in a special situation. Usually, I get so shocked when anybody is not nice to me. I get so shocked. I don't react. I get a shock or something. And I mean, I have been a little bit better now that I set boundaries, and I'm just telling them, no, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. This is final. This makes me sick. I'm not talking about it anymore. Stop, or I will hang up. Now hang up the phone. I don't really. But I mean, I talk to other people that maybe they are not Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, I have started to be a bit better in, but usually I get in a total shock. Like when I talk to somebody from Swedish Free Church, when they say something to me, I'm so shocked. I can't react. I'm just like, how am I supposed to address this? This is insane. I can't. How can I address it when it's insane? And I get totally shocked. I just I can't. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I just don't react until maybe I can call them up 3 months later and yes, why did you say that to me?
I understand. I understand.
You know.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know
this,
why I'm this way. It's just maybe you can explain it to me. I'm slow in reacting.
if I started yelling at you right now and didn't give you a chance to answer for yourself, and I kept raising my voice and speaking to you in condescending ways and a bunch of slander, it should be shocking. It should be shocking. This is normal. As far as I'm concerned, your reaction is of shock is actually normal. It would be shocking. You know what I mean? Especially if you're talking about.
I mean, even if they don't scream, if they say rude things to me, I get very shocked even if they don't scream.
Yes, because it's passive aggressive, or it could be passive aggressive statements, which don't usually come out as a scream, but kind of like, yeah, I bet, and that would imply something. So you say.
Are you saying that they are passive aggressive towards me or what?
Yes. So, yes, they would be passive aggressive towards you. And the last couple of things I said would be examples of being passive aggressive, like, so you say, it's not yelling, but it means I don't believe you. You're lying. I don't believe you. I'm not convinced. They could just be saying it in a normal voice, but it could easily cause, something to rise up in you, because that's a passive aggressive way of bullying you. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yes.
What else could be said as a passive aggressive? That's not what I heard. That's not what I heard. Simple as that. They're speaking it in a normal tone, but it's said to get you upset. It's said to rile up, offensive feelings, and you'd be like, what? What are you talking about? And then when you get kind of roused up, it's not uncommon for them to go, what is your problem? Why are you getting so upset? Well, they just got done telling you something that was supposed to rouse you up, but then they want to shame you for your reaction. That's a passive aggressive kind of technique. Now, were you talking about elders? Like you had elders talk to you and you were shocked?
This from the Free Church, it's the leaders. I mean, not every leader must be a man. There can be several leaders, and it's in the leading, the ones who lead the church. And it's the same in Jehovah's Witness. Usually it's the elders' wives who say things to you.
Yeah.
I mean, if it goes very far, then of course it's the elders that complain on you, or the ministerial servant, I guess. But I mean,
so you've experienced this at other
usually it's
churches.
the women. But if I'm really bad, I guess then the guys tell me, I guess. Yes.
Wow. I think your confidence, just from what I hear over the phone, may intimidate them in your presence, but I don't know who they were. So are you saying other people from, say, other churches you visited or other places of worship have done that kind of just go off on you, say a few things, and you're totally shocked, like they might yell at you or something or reprimand you, and you would be shocked? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, sometimes I'm shocked and sometimes I'm not shocked. It depends. So, one time I was at this Bible study where maybe 4 persons were from Salvation Army and the rest of the group were just free churchers. But I didn't know it at the time in the beginning because everybody had regular clothes. But anyway, and then there was one occasion. Then he actually, the leader, the man who was leading the Bible study, actually screamed at me, "Shut up! Shut up!" on the top of his lungs. I mean, and I just listened to him screaming to me, and then I continued talking.
You did? You continued talking? Sorry. That was funny
but
to
I
me.
mean, maybe I made it a bit shorter. Otherwise, maybe I would have gone on for 10 minutes or 15 if I had the chance. But I mean, shorted it down to maybe 3 minutes or something.
That's
Because
fascinating.
I just felt that there is not a good place to be talking here.
Yeah. So, wow. I'm sorry. It's really striking me as funny right now, and I know the experience that you experienced wasn't funny, so forgive me on that. But I can just imagine you, having some questions and then some more questions, and then this guy going, "Shut up," and then you kept going a little bit more. I tend to think that might have tortured him, honey, and that's what's funny to me. But I forgive me because I know that.
I
was
mean,
not-
also, I'm excuse me, I was laughing all over
Okay,
you.
good.
So I didn't tell you, but I mean, you say you can imagine me, but I mean, there have been so many things that is so weird in the Swedish Free Church and even in National Church. So, I mean, I can't believe that nobody is reacting. It's completely insane things that anybody would think, what's going on here? I mean, nobody is reacting. I mean, that's so weird. And they
Yeah.
can go up on the stage saying completely weird things and nobody react. And there are lots of leaders can be in the audience and nobody is reacting. And I mean, if you hear something and it's crazy, it's not good for the audience to, nobody is reacting. That's really bad.
Yeah. If the whole, like if a group of people knows that someone in the group is being reprimanded or yelled at, it's not very often that somebody else in that group will stand up for the person that's being yelled at by somebody in a leadership position. It's very, very seldom that happens. It's already an imbalance of the power structure. The priest or the youth pastor or the pastor, whoever, they can abuse their power while they're in that position. But the rest of the group knows that they have an authority position that's higher than theirs. So for them to speak up to protect someone and challenge the higher authority doesn't happen too often. But yeah, I'm sure they're thinking this is not right. It's just not right.
Mm. Yes, but I mean, it's not, well, yes, I guess nobody reacted. Maybe they were shocked also when he screamed at me that particular time, but I'm also talking about that some individuals can go up on the stage and say crazy things, and then leaders are sitting in the audience, several leaders, and also the congregation, and nobody is reacting when somebody say crazy things. I mean, then they leave the audience with this information. And maybe audience, not everybody is healthy. So you don't know if they will follow this crazy person on the stage, what he's saying. This is my advice for your life. Like, it's, I mean, it's crazy.
I understand. Yeah. Wow. Wow. That sounds chaotic.
You know, and if I say something afterwards, then they can just say, no, I think it's gaslighting because they just, oh, I didn't hear that.
Yep. I didn't hear that. Yep. Or nobody else is complaining.
Yeah, I'm the problem, I guess, usually.
One of my past relationships.
I don't know. But you know, Apostababe, I'm not sure that I am confident. It's just that I don't know. I can't be quiet. I guess that's my problem. I mean, I'm not sure. No, I'm not confident. I don't think I am confident. Sometimes I can be in some areas. I mean, if I feel this is something I know, then I can be confident. And other times I can be totally crushed.
Sure.
Especially if I'm in a bad period of my life, and no, this is a very dark place of my life, and then somebody comes and are not nice to me, and I can be completely crushed. I mean, I can go home crying. That's how bad it gets if somebody is not nice to me. I mean,
yeah,
it's not a game for me. If I'm, it depends. I mean. It depends when it happens and what they are doing and how I'm feeling, and it depends. Sometimes I don't care, and sometimes it depends. We all have bad days and things.
That's true. You know,
I mean, even here, especially in the beginning, I was thinking, no, I shouldn't be calling in. My English is so bad, I shouldn't call here. I'm just, nobody wants to listen to me. I better hang up and never, I shouldn't be there. And today also I thought maybe I should stop going to 6 screens.
Please don't. Please keep calling. I really appreciate the things you bring up. And I think your accent is really beautiful.
Here. I agree.
Here? Yeah, Tom thinks so as well.
Was that Tom or what?
It's
Tom
Tom,
said,
yes. You are very easy to understand. For such a strong accent, I have very little problem with you, and I enjoy listening to you talk. So please don't feel that way. Please continue.
Okay.
Okay. And the things that you're talking about, I want to keep jumping in because it's guilt, and I agree with you. I've experienced some of the same things as far as the shock and not being able to respond because I'm afraid of being illogical and my emotions taken over with my response, or perhaps, it just like blows your mind. You got to really wrap your mind around the things that the people have said and how they have said it, and then speak to them later, things like that. So you're not alone. And I sympathize. I experience the same type of things, just so you know. But I also, at times, will be able to shut somebody right down, as long as, depends on the timing, situation, and I say the right things. But I know, like, with my ex-wife and her narcissistic ways, she would get my emotions going, and I would try to reason, and then as soon as I started making sense, she'd switch it to something else, and it was it was just hard to actually stick to the point and get my point across, that I would get confused, and therefore, things like that are difficult. But and one more thing I want to say, at the meetings near the end, when I finally decided I can't keep them in, they would say the ridiculous things from the stage, and all you can do is get up and walk out. That's all I could do, and that's what I had to do. So I understand it's inappropriate for me to, as many times as I wanted to shout at the top of my lungs, "You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong," things like that. But please keep calling, and I enjoy hearing you talk. I'm driving to work now.
Are you?
I have to find a computer. Well, anyways, I'm going to let you go again.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Bye.
Well, thank you, Tom, for answering me. I didn't realize you were still on the line. I thought you were at work or something. But you are driving to work, so I guess that's...
Yeah.
I'm driving to work, and I have my hand-free speaker in my truck.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that Moon from the Moonies, I believe Unification Church, I've heard that his English was horrible. It was hardly understandable. For a while, I went to a church with Africans from Africa, and I had to get used to their accent and their phrasing. And after a while, I knew exactly what they were saying, And so people usually, they'll have an ear for an accent, and if it's really hard to understand, it's just never going to be understood. But your accent and the way you put your words together, it really does make sense. So yeah, it probably is. I would think that, and see, I only speak one language, so for people that speak more than one language, if they don't feel secure about it, their second language or whatever, I would think that thought process could come up easily, But I just want to reassure you not to be insecure about your accent at all. I want to share the phone number again.
I found, I called in first time 21st January, and then it was just like, it must have been years since I talked English. I mean, I didn't talk it for many years, and then I called in, and it was so weird.
I would imagine.
I thought if I listen to you talking to Pixie, then I learn how I can say things.
Okay.
And then
January, February, March, April.
also.
You're doing good. 4 months. Since January.
One thing that's really annoying to me, you know what that is? It's when I know the grammar and still I say it the wrong way, and then I feel so stupid afterwards. And that's really annoying to me because my grammar, it's, I don't know. I guess I'm tired sometimes also. Because if I just sleep like 3.5 hours and then I call into the program, I guess, then it's worse, I guess. But, I mean, you are better, and some days are better and more easy to talk, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I get insecure with words I can't pronounce, or I don't even know what it's saying. But I've also noticed, like Mike and Kim, Mike will read things and he'll get to a word and kind of get stuck on it too. But he'll go and keep reading, and then that hasn't stopped him from reading things. He hasn't let that stop him. And The other night, I was watching Fixing My Faith, and the guy got stuck on the word amygdala uh, in your brain, amygdala, and
Yes.
his wife was pronouncing it, and he was trying to say it, and I mean, it was just really tough for him. But I like seeing that even if we're struggling on some words, that we still keep getting up and going again, and I'm encouraged by that. It's good to see that I'm not the only one that struggles on some of the words. It doesn't mean I need to stop.
Do you think, Linda? Do you think that is from the organization? Because I know when you're supposed to read something, or you're supposed to practice, and you're supposed to pronounce everything correctly, like if you read from the Watchtower, blah blah. Maybe that's from the organization, because I mean, out in the real world, I mean, nobody cares if you don't read the word right. Am I wrong, or I don't know?
You may be right, and that's good to hear. That's good to hear that nobody really cares if you don't get the word right. When I hear somebody else reading and I hear them struggle on a certain word, it never bothers me. I don't care. So hearing you confirm that is really helpful for me. So thank you for that. I think you might be right about how we were supposed to really rehearse and get ready for the talk and make sure it all flows. And you could be right. Yeah.
Yeah, you had this theocratic school, and you're supposed to make gestures, and you're supposed to pronounce it. You're supposed to go high and low, and you're supposed to everything. You couldn't do the smallest thing. Then they would say, "Oh, this is what you need to work on now." Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, do you think about this person who reads from the Watchtower? I mean, the study Watchtower in the evenings. He reads like a computer. I mean, it's like a computer is reading. I mean, that's insane, I think. That's completely insane. How can you read like a computer? That's a sign of insanity, I think. If a person is acting like a computer, it's not normal. It's like Stepford wives. It's crazy, I think.
It's quite monotone and not very realistic. So it's yeah, it doesn't seem like you're listening to something or someone speaking in a natural phrasing, natural way of speaking it. Back in the 70s and stuff, I remember people would give talks and with expression, and today it's more of a monotone thing, and we need to keep things moving and la da 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 da. It's almost a way of inducing a light form of hypnotism, much like daydreaming, and which is common. People daydream, so it's not like you're hypnotized and knocked out. It's like you're just kind of relaxed. And when you're in that place of being relaxed because of that type of phrasing and not so much expression, suggestive messages will be received by your brain much more easily than when you are more alert and will question a few things. Whereas when you're that relaxed, you would just receive it.
So that might be the reason why they have a computer-like person reading, and maybe it's all, how should I say, they planned everything.
It could be. It could be.
I know you talked about this one time before, and I thought it was so interesting because I saw on YouTube it was a guy, and he could actually hypnotize the audience into giving them a lot of money. And he was like, it was like on the sea there are waves, and you go up and you go down, and then swoosh, and then out comes the money. And this guy, he got a lot of money when he was talking, because he was like a hypnotist. And
Wow.
I was, that really scared me. And I mean, and then I was sitting in the audience one time in this free church here. That guy was from Denmark, I think. And I was sitting in the Swedish audience, and then there was a guy like talking like, this guy, he is so good, and he cries for Sweden, and talking about him like he was a big and good guy and everything. And actually, he had done some weird things, like people didn't get the cancer treatment, and it was something he had said or done that wasn't legal actually in Sweden. So he was really considered to be a bad man, and he was referring to him like he was God or next to the angels or something. And I have thought about that, and actually nobody said anything. And I'm just wondering sometimes, they have computers? Everybody have computers. Do they ever Google anything? Do they ever go on YouTube and do research? They seem to not know anything.
Yeah. When you start off with a blank, if you start off with very little education, you just don't know until it's presented as another possibility. So with very limited understanding or very limited wisdom or knowledge, I don't believe it's easy to come up with other possibilities, because we're used to our thinking skills being confined. But yeah, the more you learn under these different subjects, the more you find out, the more you learn. And some of the stuff might be like something you don't want to accept or think is true, and you don't have to, go with what rings true to you. Listen to your gut. Always trust your gut. Our intuition.
But I mean, when you talk about this, that they hypnotize the person, on in the Kingdom Halls. I mean, I'm just thinking. I mean, how much has this actually affected me all these years? I mean, how much have I actually been sitting there? Maybe maybe my level of hypnotize was very bad, very high, and I didn't realize it before you said it.
I think they use guided imagery, starting off a story with imagine yourself, and then they go on and on and on. Picture yourself, and then they begin to tell the story, and you would naturally picture yourself in this certain situation. And so it's a guided imagery. So you imagine these things after they say imagine yourself. So guided imagery is not really heavy duty hypnosis. It's more very light, like like that stage of kind of daydreaming. So anytime you're in a state like that, you can always get up and go take care of something if needed. You can get up and walk away and turn off the oven if it's time to turn off the oven. You won't be so stuck there that you can't, take care of one of your kids if they just now fell down or something and scraped their knee. You'd be able to stop and go do that too. So I'm still wondering if all hypnosis is self-hypnosis. I mean, I've heard this, and I'm not really sure about that. Margaret Singer, somebody from, gosh, she used to teach at Berkeley, and she was one of the old school people that, along with Robert J. Lipton, would be studying cults, which they would call new religious movements at the time. And Margaret Singer was speaking to somebody named Ryan, who was like the head of ICSA, ICSA. She was talking to him, and he was spent time in transcendental meditation, and he would spend many hours meditating. And so she started talking to him like, what do you think would happen if I, do you think you could still be hypnotized and stuff like that? And then he said that he heard somebody walk in the room and ask, why is Ryan on the floor? So evidently she said a few things and he easily went into being hypnotized. But that was also based on how often in that group he was in that place of a trance, transcendental meditation, that he was, how often he was, I guess it was self-meditate. I don't know. But I thought that was just the funniest thing ever, because he didn't even realize it was happening, and he was just laying on the floor already being hypnotized, and that was because it was happening so much to him from what the group is that he left. She's also talked about when someone first leaves a cult, sometimes they'll just go into this kind of looking off to the side or not really present at the moment. And she said to encourage, like she suggested that we kind of just ask them, what were you thinking at that time? Where was your mind at that time? Rather than startling them out of a look of kind of daydreaming, because what they're used to doing in groups like that is disassociating and not being present. So if you gently ask them, where did you go? What were you thinking of at that time? It helps to bring them into the present moment. But she was saying that's not uncommon for people that leave cults, especially those that did a lot of meditation and hypnosis and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. International Cultic Studies Association, ICSA, ICSA, which is a great place to go to. Everyone, I recommend going to ICSA. I go there a lot to do studies on cults, and they've got all kinds of articles about different cults and their characteristics and stuff, and things that have happened to other people. You might read these stories and realize that was kind of some of the same stuff that was done to us. So that's pretty educational as well. I also wanted to say the phone number of Six Screens again, which is 727-731-6701. And when you do call in, you would push *6, and that would unmute your phone so that you can join the conversation. And then when we're done talking, you would push *6 again to mute yourself. And again, that number is 727-731-6701 if you'd like to call in and join the conversation. And I also wanted to share with you freeconferencecall.com. And that's very helpful if you are not in the States and you're calling from other areas. That will help you to be able to join the conversation that we're having here. Freeconferencecall.com. So that is FREE FreeConferenceCall.com, freeconferencecall.com, FreeConferencecall.com. And I believe this was an app that I was able to download from the Google App Store, or maybe I just Googled it and then downloaded the app. But that's an alternative way to listen to the show and even be able to speak up in this app and make comments in this app or through this app. So please look that up, freeconferencecall.com. Does anybody have anything else on their minds? I think we've been doing this show for about 4 hours and 30 minutes. And if anybody wants to talk about anything more, I'm definitely willing to do that. And if not, then I can close up the show. But yeah, tonight's conversation has gone pretty well. And I'm glad that I'm glad for the feedback regarding narcissism, and that people were glad to hear about the characteristics and tactics of narcissists. We're going to see these things in the Jehovah's Witness community, and we're going to see these things and characteristics in the XJW community. So pay attention. See if you see it. See if you recognize it. And it'll help you make choices of whether or not you wanting to, associate with some of these people that are in the XJW community or not. And same thing within the Jehovah's Witnesses or not. Within the organization, we were taught that basically, if they're JW, they are our friend. We don't need to even work on establishing a friendship or anything. They are our friends, and there's a lot of that mindset that goes into the XJW community too. You're an XJW, it's like you're automatic friends, and that seems to come pretty natural. And I think it's based from the mindset we had when we were in the org. But definitely get to know people, but be more observant of your new friends and their characteristics, and how you feel around them. Some people are super talkative, and if you're more of an introvert, that might actually wear you out, and you might not be compatible simply for that. Not that they've done anything wrong or evil, or neither have you, but it might not be a good match, as far as a friendship, because those that are introverted need to have more time alone than socializing. And if they spend too much time socializing, or their minds are put on overload, like receive too much information, too much, a lot of stimulation, that will drain them and their energy. Those that are more social, if they are by themselves a whole lot, that drains them. It's really important for them to be out socializing, or even through social media and stuff like that. The more socializing they do, the better off they are. It literally fuels them and gives them, energy and a better sense of well-being. So they are more social. Introverts really have a limited time that they are willing to be social. And after that, it begins to drain them. So it's really important that they get that time that they get to be by themselves. That's what fuels them and gives them energy and a better sense of well-being for them. So if there's too much, if you have a personality difference that is counteracting each other's personality, again, it doesn't make anybody wrong or right. You just might not be a good match, you know? And so you know, if that doesn't work out, check with somebody else and see how that flows and go from there. So tonight the show has gone on for about 4 hours and 35 minutes. And again, I would like to encourage everyone who's listening to this show tonight, who's joined in with this show tonight, and those in the future to get on Google, to get on YouTube, and use the search bar and put in the word narcissism, because that's going to help educate you and me on the techniques of a cult and the techniques that a narcissistic person uses, techniques and tactics that are used on other people, and how it depletes people that don't realize that it's even happening to them. Learn those characteristics and learn those tactics. It's super, super important, because you're learning the tactics of a cult situation. You know, it could be a religious group, it could be a political group, it could be a self-help group, it could be the PTA, it could be a bowling club. You know, if you're experiencing narcissistic energy and they're using you as a supply to feed off of, that's very toxic for you. There's always another bowling club. There's always another church you could find, you know, or other social environments, you know. So keep that in mind and realize, pay attention to how you feel after you've spent time in these groups, you know, and if they promote and encourage you to strive and to pursue things that you want to pursue and encourage you and say very positive things, that's pretty healthy. If you get the vibe that there's some competition and you know, spirited people there that have to remind you just how much better you are, how much better they are than you, that can be pretty toxic. So yeah, keep that in mind. I didn't know that narcissistic people are very competitive. Once I figured it out, it was like, okay, you win, let's move on. Because I don't really care to be competitive. It's just, I just don't care to be in that much at all. But there have been sometimes that I have. So I just want to thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate that we talked about this subject. I'm going to be on it probably for the next few weeks, because I think it's super important for us to know these things. When I started the show, it was April 15th, 2023, and today is April 16th, 2023, at 4:30 a.m. in Southern California. And let me just say, I really enjoy doing this show. I really enjoyed listening to the things you have to share, and it's really the highlight of my week. And thank you so much for being here tonight. And I'll tell you what, I think I'm going to start requesting that you share this video, or any video that you would care to do that, and maybe it would help my videos to circulate more. So if you could give the video a like and share it on a different platform that you might be on, maybe Facebook or other places, please do. Okay, thank you so much, and I appreciate you all, and I am looking forward to speaking with you next week. And please do your homework on narcissism. Thank you so much, and good night.